Good evening and welcome to the November 30th, 2022 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have 5 meetings this evening. We have a special Board of Commissioners meeting, a Public Works Committee meeting, a Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, a Finance Committee meeting, and an Administrative and Human Resources Committee meeting. Now, before we start, if you're in the audience in the room, please silence your cell phones. If you need some hearing assistance, there are equipment for that up here if you need that. And just for a little context, we're going to do things a little in a bit of a weird order tonight. We're going to do the special Board of Commissioners meeting first and have the public hearing on the budget. Then we're going to recess that meeting, go to the committee meetings, go through those, and then we are going to reconvene the special board meeting to talk about the ward reapportionment topic. There are some proposed amendments in the Finance Committee meeting, proposed amendments to the budget in the capital improvement plan. You can make those comments either during the public hearing at the beginning, or you can save them for the Finance Committee, where comments will be taken in turn when each amendment is considered. Okay, so that's the plan for the evening. So with that, will the November 30th, 2022 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners please come to order and all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. G. Kramer and Mr. Zella will be late. Mr. Bernheim.
Present.
Mr. Churchill.
Here.
Mr. Courtney.
Here.
Mr. Gabbard.
Present.
Mr. Grimes.
Here.
Ms. S. Kramer. Here. Mr. McCone.
Here.
Mr. McKeon.
Here.
Ms. O'Neill. Here. Mr. Stevenson.
Present.
Mr. Whalen.
Here.
Mr. Sinai.
Here.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. So we have a public hearing on the proposed 2023 budget and proposed 2023 through 2028 capital improvement program. Now, a public hearing on the proposed 2023, this public hearing was authorized for advertisement at a stated meeting of the Board of Commissioners held October 19th, 2022, and duly advertised in the November 6th, 2022 edition of the Mainline Times and Suburban. Now, we've previously had the first public hearing that was held on November 16th, 2022, and I will remind my colleagues that the amendments to the budget in capital improvement program come during the Finance Committee meeting, which is going to be later this evening. This meeting is for hearing from the public on the budget in the CIP. With that, I'm going to turn to our Chief Financial Officer, Eric Traub.
Thank you, President Sinai. I'm just going to get the share set up here. All right, so with each public discussion of the budget, I aim to talk less and faster. So start the clock, and if it's over 5 minutes, pull me off stage. Just a quick orientation or reorientation after your Thanksgiving holiday to the proposed budget. Overall, $75.6 million, talking about strictly the general fund here. A budgeted deficit of $5.2 million to be fulfilled by a drawdown in the township's fund balance. In terms of where the money comes from, you see the pie here. Again, we talk about this kind of 3 general areas: real estate taxes, other taxes, and then everything else. Where the money goes in terms of the general fund, you see the split in terms of police, fire, building and planning, public works, etc. Debt service also still a relatively sizable component, but one that has been dropping over the last 5 or so years. In terms of when you look not just by department, but by kind of function, local government services are cost intensive. It takes people to pick up the trash, pave the streets, patrol the streets, and even to make the budget. So people are a major component. You see that at about 66% debt service, and then everything else is about 20%. In terms of the staffing, again, this staffing is based what's in the proposed budget. There's an amendment regarding library positions that'll come later. In terms of the proposed budget, 416 full-time, 348 part-time. In terms, just as a quick overview on the CIP, overall, 29.8 million. That's all funds. Township funds is just over 16 million. And again, you see the projects here by size in terms of overall funding source. So even the Ardmore Avenue Community Center in Palm here is the high one, but that's actually, those dollars are covered by ARP. So all funding sources shown here. In terms of where we're going, in terms of our forecast, again, as I said previously, one of the most difficult forecasts we've done because we don't have labor agreements for any groups going forward after this year. So it really does have to be taken with a grain of salt or a few grains of salt. But this is where we see generally the trajectory given the assumptions that we know. And again, in certain cases, what we don't know is a lot more than what we do know. This gives you a look here historically in terms of where we've been revenues and expenditures, and then those projections and impact on fund balance. Again, call it the kitchen sink slide because everything's on it. And then what are you guys doing and what do you have left to do after this public hearing? You have your budget amendments later on tonight, and then hopefully full steam ahead for adoption 2 weeks from tonight. So hopefully that was under 5 minutes, and happy to answer any questions or just get right to public comment.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Since we've had lots of opportunity to ask you questions in the past, we're going to go to public comment and leave the commissioner questions for the end. So if there's any public comment at this point, remember, if you're going to comment on a proposed amendment, you'll have an opportunity to do that again later. But if you want to comment on the budget or the CIP at this point, please come to the podium.
Hello, Adrian Seltzer, Winwood. I just want to say, in going through the 303 pages today of the budget, it is a thing of beauty. I mean, the way it is organized, you have goals, have you achieved the goals, how much stuff is going to cost. You have to give kudos to your finance department. They did a lovely job. I know you're not used to positive from me, so. There were a couple questions, though, that I had on some of the things. There's supposedly a 5%, as I like to call it, get-out-of-jail-free card to developers so they don't have to add affordable units to their projects. There have been so many projects that approved over the past several years, but there has been no increase in the affordable housing fund balance. Where did that money go? Because I know that a lot of those places have not added affordable units. I still wish that your information technology department could figure out a way to have the registration links available to the public without us having to remember who we need to request it from hours before the meeting. There isn't even a list for people to get on to get the links weekly, except for maybe this evening. I think the board, I was writing something that didn't make sense. I think the board should think of ways to make these meetings more welcoming. I mean, we do have a few people in the audience today, but usually one of maybe 3 people here. So there has to be ways to make it more welcoming for the community. And I humbly request that the shade tree be not under Public Works. They don't really know how to prune trees, and they're not being planted fast enough. While the report says they've replanted 160 trees to maintain the tree canopy, the tree canopy in the township has decreased 22% since 2004. The trees being recommended to building and planning are not always appropriate. Maybe you should put them under the sustainability department and include an arborist that they could share with Parks and Recreation. Parks and Recreation can save money because they don't have to remove every last leaf in the park. And maybe you can use that extra money from Parks and Rec to remove invasives throughout the township. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Selching. Anyone else in the room wish to make public comment on this? Okay. Jody, do we have anyone online for public comment on the?
We do have Isabel Melvin, and I'm going to put her in now.
Okay.
It's not working.
I did try to put her in also.
So basically, when you promote somebody to a panelist, they have to accept that so they can then be shown. So maybe she has her hand raised by accident. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
She is on. There we go.
Hello. I have,
Yeah, please introduce yourself first.
this is Isabel Melvin from Wynwood.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm ready. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, but I
think
have to look, I'm looking at my, my notes here. So unfortunately, you can't see me. Is that okay?
we prefer to be able to see you, but if you need to, just please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I was wondering, have we invested any money for sustainability in that budget? I'm sorry, I can't see who presented the budget.
If you could just make your comments, we will respond at the end, but I don't think you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that then. Thank you. So I know Lower Merion Township has invested in a sustainability manager. And Lower Merion Township has been conducting stakeholders meetings with over 200 community members participating. But from what I understand, I don't see anything in the budget for sustainability. And you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't see any money set aside for sustainability projects, clean air and water, renewable energy, sustainable land management, and a less car-dependent township. So as a layperson, I don't know everything that you all do. I know you work very hard at this, but I can think of a few ways we could spend money on the sustainability challenges that Lower Merion Township has. And let's do what Haverford Township did, get an electric vehicle for parking enforcement, train Lower Merion Township groundskeepers on sustainable methods of land management, invest in safe routes to school, and maybe save some money on our trash by educating our community on reducing waste, composting, etc. So again, you know more than I do. I'm a layperson, and I appreciate everything y'all do for Lower Merion Township. So let's, I'm going to be very cliche about this. Let's put our money where our mouth is. Let's walk the walk, not just talk the talk. And as the late Ozzie Meyer said, money talks and we all know what walks. So let's put some money into sustainability. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Melvin. Jody, is there anyone else online?
There is not.
Okay, we had two comments submitted, public comments submitted by email. Because they're by email, I'm just going to summarize them. Nancy Chernett from Wynwood wrote to request that funds be included in the 2023 budget for the townships for implementation of the township's sustainability plan. And Dan Gottesman from Marion wrote to request that the language be included in the 2023 budget to allow for rapid implementation of the township's sustainability plan. So that is it for. Sorry, I'm going to continue with my meeting. Thank you. So if you want copies of the comments, they're available from the township secretary. So that closes the public hearing. I guess at this point it's time for questions for Eric, if we have any, or if anyone wants to respond to public comment. Anyone? Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you very much. And Eric, maybe I should have just shot you an email on this. So I apologize, and I don't expect you to be able to answer standing there on the fly. But under the expenditure section in in the budget, which comes from the manager's message. There's reference in item number 6 to professional consulting services, which is for 2.6, almost $2.7 million in total. And it indicates that the increase is due to non-recurring consulting engagements. Maybe you can provide us what that is, just so we'll know at some point.
So, for example, the Ardmore Master Plan, the majority of which is going to be completed in 2023. That's one example of the kind of non-recurring consulting engagements that we have. Even in 2023, even in the finance department, we have to do a biennial, it's small, it's like $10,000, workers' comp actuarial valuation in terms of it's part of our audit. So there's some things that are episodic and some things that are kind of, it happens once every 5 years or something. So that's the real reason behind it. And then there is as that message indicates, a fee increase that's proposed for the township engineer as well.
Right. Proposed by the engineer, or one that we're putting in the budget?
One that has been requested by the engineer,
Right.
which you...
Right. So my request is, if you'd be so kind, just to break that down, because it's like $330,000, just so we know what it is that we're
Sure,
talking about.
I can do
That'd
that.
be great. And then the other item, number 10, which refers to other expenditures, which is 5.2% of our expenditures, about $4 million. Again, if you could provide what that entails at some point, so we know what we're talking about. And again, I apologize, I should have just shot you an email to do this, but I didn't want to forget now that I just remembered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. And I'm going to bifurcate this. Does anyone else on the board have questions for Eric or staff? We'll respond to public comment after that. Okay, so I'm going to turn to Township Manager McNeely. So he wants to, there were some factual questions in public comment. I don't know if you want to tagline them.
Sure. First, affordable housing fees aren't paid when a development is approved. They're not paid until a development actually breaks ground. They have to pay those fees before they can get a building permit, and these projects have not gone forward beyond the land development approval stage. So that's why you're not seeing any real increase yet in the affordable housing funds. Secondly, as far as sustainability, there's $322,000 in capital improvement funds for sustainability in the capital improvement program, and well over $150,000 in operating funds between sustainability manager, part-time help for the sustainability manager, and operating expenses. So there's indeed money in the budget for sustainability. And then finally, sustainability isn't just a line item in the budget. It's something we are now incorporating into projects, into design, into programs that all departments are doing. So it's not showing up as a line item, but it's being incorporated as a philosophy in the things we do with the township.
Okay, thank you, Manager McNeely. Any commissioners? Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, President Stein. I want to thank the members of the public that raised this issue of sustainability. Everyone up here cares deeply about this problem, as do many of the residents in our community, and you've heard our township manager talk about where our funding currently is at. Our 2023 appropriation from the township is $280,000, and then there's $42,000 in grants in our CIP. Is that enough? No. The sustainability plan that's in progress has sort of become the gatekeeper of further initiatives, so it behooves us to focus on that and get that done. Our sustainability manager has been working quite hard on this, and we should be seeing a draft of that plan in the first quarter of next year. And then I hope that we will have an opportunity when that plan comes out and we start to set priorities as a board to revisit the budget and revisit these allocations and potentially put more resources into it. I think everyone up here is expecting that there's going to be a fair amount of grant money available from the federal government, potentially from the state. Having staff resources dedicating time to apply for those grants to bring more revenue into the township would be great, particularly on a sustainability front. And as I expect the plan will recommend, we will need to apply additional resources towards the work ongoing around the township, and that will be a discussion that we can have at mid-year. We don't have to wait a year from now to put more money into this. We have a quite large general fund balance that can be applied to this sort of thing at any time should we choose.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Courtney. So I will also speak to those comments, because we had several comments that were saying, largely the same thing, which is, can we, put funds in the budget now for rapid implementation of the sustainability plan? And let me just say a little bit about how the process works. So the board meets, and it was halfway through this year, it'll be earlier next year, to set our priorities as a group. And there were sustainability elements in that priority setting this year. And one of the key ones was a sustainability plan. And so until the board sees what's in the sustainability plan, we don't know what to fund. The board has to decide to fund the elements. It's not that a plan is delivered and then it just gets funded. We look at it and we say, okay, this is what the board wants to fund. And so we need to do that once we have the sustainability plan. And ideally, that would be within the board priority setting, because then that gets integrated into the operations of the township over it's our way of telling the township management, this is what the board cares about. From what has been brought forward. So that sustainability plan really, I think Commissioner Courtney said it right, is really is the linchpin that makes this all work, because it gives us the menu of things we can do. And I share the concerns of the people who made comments, which is that this is an incredibly important thing for everyone living on this planet to be paying attention to. So thank you for the comments. Any other commissioners wish to make a comment? Commissioner Zoloff.
Thank you, President Sinai. I'd like to add, as I have at times in the past, with regard to sustainability, I think we sometimes sell ourselves short. We have done so much. There is a lot more to do. But we have looked at electric vehicles. We've acquired electric vehicles. The BC Library, when it was renovated, is heated and cooled by geothermal. We have LED streetlights and spent almost $4 million township-wide. We spend a considerable amount on the state-required MS4 stormwater quality improvements, including stream bank restoration. We convert our pumps in our pump houses, in our pump facilities, to be more efficient. We have 100% renewable electric supply. We have made building envelope improvements. We require rain gardens and bioswales in a lot of land development projects, and developers always agree. We do traffic congestion mitigation. We have a sustainability manager. Earlier this year, we agreed to spend money for a charging station so that we can charge those EVs that we've acquired. We haven't acquired very many, but we know that our staff is constantly looking at whether EVs, whether they're vehicles or equipment, can meet our needs. And when that happens, we'll acquire them, providing the premium is acceptable. So we've done a lot. There's more to do. But I think it's important to say some of the things that we've done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner Zoloff. Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment about trees or the lack thereof, and Manager McNeely, I'm going to rely on you to, if I make any facts that aren't, to correct me. Historically, I remember, gosh, maybe 8 or 10 years ago, we upped our tree planting program from 100 to 200. The problem is we didn't have enough people to plant the trees. And I think last year or so there was a comment that we aren't planting as many trees because neighbors who lose trees don't necessarily want trees replanted on their property. So, I think that the township is more than willing to increase our tree canopy. There seems to be some resistance and a lack of just manpower to fulfill those ideas. I would say that at Penguin Park this fall, because of a grant, we volunteers planted over 150 trees in that park. So that's the good news. And I would just say, Manager McNeely, is the lack of tree planting, what I said was accurate?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is the biggest restriction on the number of trees we can plant in a given year. The board is generous in budgeting generally for 200 trees, but it's still a challenge to find locations. You did up it, I think it's actually less than 8 years ago when you actually upped the number, but that is the biggest challenge. It is.
So any volunteers, come forward. We have the trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Churchill. Commissioner McCollum.
Thank you, President Stein. Just a point of clarification to Commissioner Churchill's comments. I don't think it's a shortage of manpower for planting the trees. It's finding the locations. I was on the Shade Tree Commission for 7 years, and you could spend an hour with a resident trying to convince them it's a good idea to plant the shade tree. Putting the shade, there are plenty of volunteers and there's funding for the trees. That's the hard part. So I agree, and I think that's an important point worth mentioning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner McComb. If anyone's actually watching this, if you have a space for a tree in front of your house and you want a tree, let the township know, and then we can get a tree in there. Yeah, Commissioner O'Neill.
Oh, thank you. Just to add on to the conversation about trees and whether or not we're really promoting or creating a nurturing environment for trees and the organization of people who can plant them. I think a combination of shade tree experts, that is our volunteers who serve on the Shade Tree Commission, organizations like the Tree Tenders, organizations like Philadelphia Horticultural Society. These are organizations that are well placed and frankly already do on their own try to really culminate more activity for tree plantings. I think we can do better in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner O'Neill. Any other commissioners?
President Sinai, if I had anything, in the last 3-4 months, we had a tree removal bid that we approved. That was about 40 trees. The tree planting bid that was in early November, October, that was 200. So there is a big discrepancy. And one other thing, just to clarify Commissioner Churchill's comment on manpower, the tree planting is done by a contractor. It's not that Paul doesn't have crews out there looking to plant trees. That's not necessarily, he has people that work with the contractor, but that work is done via the contract that I think you all approved maybe about 2 weeks ago. So just for clarity.
Okay, thank you very much, Eric. Okay, any other comments? Okay, so with that, we are going to close the, or I guess recess the public hearing, or the Board of Commissioners meeting, I should say. And we're going to turn to a committee meeting, and the first committee meeting is the Public Works Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner McCann.
Thank you, President Simon. There are two agenda items for the meeting tonight. They both involve resolutions. So the first one is a resolution for PA Small and Water Sewer Grant application. And to kick things off, I will move to consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners adopting a resolution supporting the submission of a grant for up to $500,000 from the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development and the Commonwealth of Financing Authority for the 2023 Sanitary Sewer Lining Project. Thank you, Vice President Gavin, for the second. With that, I'll turn things over to our Public Works Director, Paul McElhoney, for presentation.
This is pretty much self-explanatory in the sense that staff continually looks for grants to help fund projects. This, if you look in your CIP, you'll see yearly 4706, 4718, and 4742 are our sewer lining projects where we deal with water infiltration and restoration without digging pipes. What we're trying to do with this application for the grant is to offset the cost for the capital spending through the grant. There would be a match with this. The match would be the $90,000 if we were to receive the full grant. So that would be a considerable savings to our CIP funding.
Thank you, Paul. Any Commissioner questions or comments? Okay, anyone in the room for public comment on this topic? And Jody, is there any public comment submitted?
There was not, and I don't see anyone on Zoom with their hand.
All right, great. All right, well, with that, I'll call it to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Okay. Any nays? Yep, okay, the resolution passes unanimously. Our second item is a resolution, another grant application for the Belmont pump station. So I will move to consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners adopting a resolution supporting the submission of a grant requesting up to $1 million from Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development and the Commonwealth Financing Authority for the Belmont Pump Station Sewage Pump Replacement Project. Thank you for the second, Vice President Gavin and Commissioner Grimes. With that, Director McElhinney, if you have the presentation.
Quickly, again, this is staff looking for grants to help offset costs to the capital improvement. CIP Project 4748 is our ongoing repair to our pump stations and upgrades. And we survey them, everything from our pumps to make them more efficient. Some of our pump stations have pumps that are 50 to 75 years old, so we're constantly, making the upgrades as needed. This is to help offset the cost of the CIP. The total project cost, 50% of the grant would be $500,000 contribution from the township and the CIP.
Thank you. With that, any commissioner questions or comments? Okay. Any public comment? Oh, sorry. Commissioner Zello.
Bravo. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Any public comment in the room on this item? And Jody, no comment, I guess, online? Okay, great. All right, with that, I'll call it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Okay. Any nays? So that too passes unanimously, Madam Secretary. And with that, President Steiner, that concludes the business of the Public Works Committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner McKeon. With that, we turn to our next committee meeting, which is the Parks and Recreation Committee. I recognize its chair, Commissioner Whalen.
Thank you very much, President Sinai. I'm not sure I can do better than McKeon in under 3 minutes, but we'll see what we can do. We also have 2 items on the agenda tonight, and getting started, I will move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we receive the Harriton Preserve Master Plan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner McKeon? I will call Ms. Donna Heller.
Thank you, Commissioner. A master plan is an evolving long-term document that defines the future of the park and its place in our park system. The purpose of this master plan was to guide, evaluate, prioritize, and implement improvements for the Harriton Preserve. The preserve is used as a passive park for hiking and enjoying nature. While the park is highly valued in its present state, there are a number of issues that the master plan identified to protect and enhance the park's existing characteristics. The 5 categories of improvement, if we're doing an overarching theme, is to maintain and restore the tree canopy, environmental sustainability, control of invasive plant species, improve the trail system, and provide educational and interpretive opportunities. The overall estimated cost range of these improvements is between $328,000 and $481,000, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Do any commissioners have any questions, comments? We'll do them both together. Commissioner O'Neill.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Donna, thank you for the overview and the presentation. This is one of those really special parcels in Lower Merion Township that adds so much natural history and beauty to our streets. And while this is traditionally has been sort of an off the beaten path local sort of hub of neighbor activities, I can tell you that it has really expanded over the last 5 to 6 years. Folks from all over Montgomery County, Delaware County, Chester County come to enjoy it, as well as its neighboring property of Harriton House. So I just want to thank the time that the committee, the steering committee put in, and what has resulted in these recommendations are truly superb for the township as an amenity. So I would certainly appreciate your support in passing this, and thank you so much.
Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. Somewhat tangentially related, but I'll just take the opportunity. A few years back, we had received some concerns about the state of the rental properties on the Harriton house area. And it turns out that those properties were not registered with us to receive regular inspections. Has that been corrected, and is that sort of part of this agreement?
It's not part of this,
Okay.
but yes, it's through our building and planning department, and they have been doing the routine visits that are required for that.
Okay, great. Other than that, I agree with everything Commissioner O'Neill just said.
Commissioner Zoll.
Thanks, Commissioner Whalen. I guess just to clarify, and Donna, you can explain further for Commissioner Courtney's question, there is the Harriton House, run by the Harriton Association, a volunteer board, separate but next to the Harriton Preserve, that is with a new group called the Friends of Harriton. So they are separate but right next to each other and on the same large parcel. So what we're talking about is the Harriton Preserve, which is new. And so that leads me to my one comment, which is to thank Commissioner O'Neill for this initiative and her leadership in encouraging members of the community to become part of the Friends. And Friends care for parks and make a difference in our parks. We like to have Friends groups in all our parks. You know, the model is the Friends of the Kenwood Heritage Trail. They've done so much and raised lots of money and made a big difference in that park. I have no doubt that the Friends of Harriton Preserve will make a big difference in that much smaller park. And so, and also, I think it's important to point out that master plans for parks are the roadmaps. And from those master plans, we can spend money, consider spending money on capital improvements. In the absence of master plans, we typically don't spend money on improvements. And that's the right way to run our park system. We've got 45 or more parks, and the big ones have master plans, and more of them have master plans, and that helps us plan the future and plan our capital improvements in our parks. So this is a big step forward for the preserve at Harriton and all of the Harriton farmstead. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoll. Anyone? Vice President Gavin.
Thank you, Commissioner, whatever it is. So while here all we're doing is receiving the master plan, as Commissioner Zeloff said, this really is the first step in a bigger initiative. And you know, we heard during public comment a lot of talk about sustainability and the sustainability initiatives we're taking. This, I think, is a perfect example of it won't go down in the budget when we do some of these initiatives as sustainability budget or budget that goes under the sustainability plan. But this is work that is sustainability work. It is maintaining the tree canopy. It's environmental sustainability, controlling invasives. This is what we do on a day-to-day basis, and really what makes a lot of Lower Merion special. So I just wanted to point this out as an example of some of the sustainability work we do that's not necessarily categorized under sustainability. Thank you.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. This figure of 300 plus to 400 plus, that's if all the recommendations are accepted and done. How much is the master plan costing, and how long is it going to take for it to be completed?
So the actual master plan was budgeted at $10,000. I think we came in at $10,200 to get it executed. The master plans are typically a 10-year document. We fit it in throughout, a period of time with all of our other parks, which also have master plans. I will use Penguin as an example. We just finished the bioswale that was in a master plan that we completed 5.5 years ago. So there's a mixture of the various park projects that get scattered throughout the 10-year, and they kind of overlap each other to more on the management side and the approval side to start executing the various projects. So within a 10-year period, the completion of the recommendations would be done, if not sooner.
But how long is it going to take for us to receive that plan?
You're receiving it tonight.
Well, okay.
Is that?
One last question, because we're always involved in stormwater management. It seems as if improve water quality at Harriton. Can we get any credits for that?
We did, yes, that was
Okay.
part of our MSR plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other commissioners? Seeing none, I will call for public comment. Is there any public comment? Please come up and use the podium.
Hello, Adrian Seltzer, Winwood. I had seen in the plan that there's residential as part of that, and I learned from Commissioner Courtney that there are rental properties. Who owns those properties? Is it the township? Who are these people paying rent to? I'm expecting an answer. How silly of me. So that was the question that I had, because I was wondering if more of that, if the township owns those properties, those rental properties, that maybe more of that land could be planted up.
We're going to take all public comment, and then I'm going to give Director Heller an opportunity to respond if she feels necessary.
Hello, my name is Norman McClave. I live at 804 Potts Lane in Bryn Mawr, which puts me right near the preserve. I have been a member of the Master Plan Study Committee, and I just want to say that I'd strongly recommend the receipt of this plan. I think it is a very good plan. I think that the Harriton complex, including the house and the preserve, are a real treasure for Lower Merion, and I think that this plan well balances the longer-term environmental and sustainability issues with a number of short-term issues to promote the enhancement and enjoyment of the preserve. So I strongly recommend the receipt of the plan.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Seeing none, are there any on Zoom, Jody?
There's someone behind Donna.
I'm sorry. Anyone else who'd like to speak, please come up.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You were just perfectly situated behind Director Heller, and I couldn't see you.
Sorry. Well situated. My name is Trina Vacc, and I'm president of the Harriton Association. And I just want to tell you that we support, on behalf of the board, we support this initiative entirely. We think it's a terrific proposal, a terrific master plan, and I echo what Mr. McClave said. We look forward to working with the Friends of the Preserve to maintain all of the aspects of the park in conjunction with them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else I missed? Anyone on Zoom?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay. Before I turn to you, Ms. Heller, I'm going to say we did receive one comment in writing from Dan Mercer, and he wrote to all the commissioners that he's very excited for the receipt of the Harriton Preserve Plan and looks forward to it and the improvements that it's going to implement going forward. He did comment that he was a little dismayed to see a fall line section would be included and would hope that that would only be used as a last viable option, and that he should hope that the trail consultant that is being retained by the township in the coming months would be focusing on making sure that any trails do not come close or avoid proximity to any existing homes. So, Ms. Heller, I said I'd give you the opportunity. Do you want to respond to anything?
Sure, and Commissioner O'Neill had also raised her hand, so if I miss anything, but the rental properties are owned by the Harriton Association. There are different parcels that are contiguous with the Harriton House, which is the historic structure which is owned by the township, and the frontal parcel which fronts Harriton and Old Gulf Road. But the additional 3 parcels are owned by the Harriton Association and managed by them.
Thank you very much.
And then if, regarding the fault lines, they're basically where our existing trails are, but yes, it would be part of the trail evaluation as a whole.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner O'Neill, I will give you the last word.
Oh, thank you. Just to add, that's beautifully stated. I just wanted to emphasize to Ms. Seltzer that the motion here at hand is just the preserve. So we're only talking about receipt of a master plan that deals with the 7 acres, wooded acres at the base of the 16-acre township park. And so the ownership of any parcels on site of Harriton House is irrelevant to this particular item that we are about to vote on.
Thank you for that clarification.
Sure.
I think it's very helpful. And I will just conclude by saying, Director Feller, thank you so much, and your staff, as always.
thank you.
Spectacular work. So, seeing nothing else, I'm going to call it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any in opposition? Seeing none, and everyone voted, so there's no abstentions. Passes unanimously, Jody.
Thank you.
All right. On to item number 2. I'm going to make a motion that the Board of Commissioners approve an agreement between the Township of Lower Merion and the Friends of the Harriton Preserve to support the development and maintenance of the preserve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Neill. Going back to you, Director Allen.
Thank you, Commissioner. In front of you is an agreement with a Friends Group. As Commissioner Zeloff pointed out, we have a number of Friends Groups within the Township Park system. We rely on them heavily for their support. In many ways, they are dedicated to supporting the development, the maintenance, programming, volunteer days, and they're a great asset to our park system. This group is newly formed as we were working through the master plan, which you had just received, and it's a great dedicated group of people. They even came out tonight to support all of the efforts here. So I want to thank them. I also want to take a moment to thank all of our Friends groups, because they're invaluable to our park system, and they really provide that opportunity to start enhancing things. So look forward to answering any questions that you might have about the agreement.
Very well said, thank you. Any commissioners have questions or comments? Commissioner O'Neill.
Oh,
to my
you.
great surprise.
Yeah, surprise. Thank you again, Donna, for the overview of this agreement. And not only are the Park Friends groups all across the township so stellar in their giving to the community, but also for mentoring. For, as the new kid on the block, that being something like the Friends of the Harriton Preserve and its organizational structure, it's new. And the fact that the board, the Friends group, was so able to reach out to Kenwood, to Penwyn, all these other park community groups, and they actually helped guide the way in their early stages about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. So it is real that there's a cross collaboration that happens naturally, and we're really grateful. I serve on the board ex officio, and it has been a joy watching the formation of such an incredible group of men and women who really, it's collaborative. So we've just expanded our volunteer base for sustainability, fivefold. So thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have any comments, questions? Seeing none, I will ask for public comment. First in the room. Please approach the podium, identify yourself, and go ahead.
Norman McClave again from Ponce Lane in Bryn Mawr. I am co-president of the Friends of the Harriton Preserve, and with me are 2 of my associates on the steering committee, Mr. Mark Klotzbach and Mrs. Jennifer Jardin, who will introduce themselves as well. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. As Donna said, the group was formed in late 2021. The mission is to be one of the township's park friends and support and enhance the Harriton Park, or Harriton Preserve. The means by which we'll do this are several-fold. One is fundraising, one is organizing events, and supporting some of the other groups, notably the Harriton House Association there. We secured tax exempt status early this year, so we are open for donations on a tax exempt basis. Our group is directed by a steering committee, which includes the three of us standing here, as well as Karen Rabe and Alexandria Nolan, as well as ex officio Commissioner Tiffany O'Neill. In effecting our mission, we are also going to work closely with other groups, for example, the Lower Merion Conservancy, the Harriton Association, Harriton House Association, as I've mentioned, as well as the Department of Parks and Recreation. Assuming the approval of our agreement, we look forward to working closely with the Shade Tree Commission and the Environmental Committee. Let Mark Klotzbach elaborate a little on how we will affect some of the enhancements we see under the plan.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Mark Klotzbach. I reside at 305 Millbank Road in Bryn Mawr, approximately 1 block away from the preserve. A little bit about me. I'm a small business owner, father of 2 children under the age of 4. And quite frankly, the preserve in the last 5 years of residence on Millbank Road has been somewhat of a refuge for us, albeit we're not wild, but it was very nice, certainly during the COVID quarantine period. Ultimately, our mission is to ensure the vitality of the preserve through community awareness and participation. In my mind personally, the only way we're going to be successful is if we make the community aware of this great resource and get them out. In the last year since our group's formation, we've hosted several successful events, inclusive of the MLK Day of Service, where we had over 80 community members come on out, and we had some good press coverage as well, followed by a day of cleanup, a collaboration with the Lower Merion Conservancy, where we installed a story walk throughout the preserve, and then most recently, exhibiting at the Harriton House Farmstead Fair. We have a lot of momentum behind us. We do have a lot of community support, and we really look forward to working with the township and the respective civic associations, namely the Environmental Advisory Committee, the Shade Tree Commission, and particularly the Lower Merion Conservancy. We appreciate your time and consideration of the receipt of this agreement. So now I'm going to introduce Jen Jardin, who will talk about some of our social and community initiatives. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Jardin. I also live on Millbank Road, which means I am a neighbor. I have 2 older children who are in the school district, and I'm a member of the steering committee with these guys. In addition to what Mark was just talking about, we're looking to host events that will attract and engage the community, and make things accessible for all ages. Things like nature walks, bird watching, health and wellness opportunities like yoga in the preserve, family activities such as a yellow duck race, down Mill Creek, arts and music programs, as well as craft workshops. And we actually, in partnership with the Harriton House Association, coming up on Friday, December 9th, we are hosting a holiday wreath making workshop using items found on the property, such as vines, seeds, and pods, berries and seed pods. So, we're really trying to collaborate and get the word out and bring people to the property and enjoy the community at all seasons. So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
Once Again, I'm Trina Vaux. I'm president of the Harriton Association, and I forgot to mention that I live at 320 Caversham Road, which is the same neighborhood as all of them, which is on the original 700 acres of the Penn grant, which Harriton is the focus of. And we fully support the Friends and look forward to working with them to steward this important property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else, Jody, is there anyone online?
No one has their hand raised.
All right. And we did not receive any written comment?
We did not.
With this. All right. Then I will call it to a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposition? Seeing none, and everyone voted, so no abstentions. Jody, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And President Sinai, that concludes the business of Parks and Rec Committee.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Whalen. So with that, we turn to the Finance Committee, and I recognize its Chair, Commissioner Zoff.
Thank you very much, President Sinai. I don't think we'll beat the time established by the prior two committees, but we'll do our best. There are 3 items on tonight's Finance Committee agenda. The third one might take a little bit longer than the first 2, but let's start with number 1. It's for the committee to consider awarding a contract for 4 traffic improvements at 4 different locations around the township. The proposed contract amount is just under $1 million, so these are 4 significant projects. Eric Traub, our Chief Financial Officer, is with us. Eric, can you tell us more?
Sure. So there's 3 bidders. All were over budget, reflecting the current bidding environment. We bid this as a compilation of 4 different projects throughout the township with the thought that bidding them on a combined basis might hopefully drive down our costs. We even had a provision within the bidding, whereas if a bidder was awarded 2, 3, or 4 of the projects, they could basically kind of give us a discount. If we got all 4, I'll give you X dollars off. Only one contractor, the highest bid contractor, took that option, and the entire discount was like $10,000 or $15,000. So, this is the reality of what we're bidding in right now. These projects were budgeted in the 2022 capital budget. They are nearly 30% above what you have in your CIPs that many of you have before you in terms of the updated estimates in the proposed 2023 CIP. At this point, you have the engineer's memo and the very long bid tab. But we do recommend moving forward with these projects if they're projects you want to get done. I'm happy to answer any questions you want.
Thank you, Eric. I'm wondering if you or our manager, I don't see our Public Works Director, can give us a brief description of the work to be done in each of the 4 projects? Or maybe there's a commissioner in whose ward these are located who can do so.
I can generally give you that if you'll give me just a couple of seconds. Rose Glen, that is traffic calming work. I'm not sure if it's the speed humps we've been doing in various places. Strips?
And lines on the side.
All right.
Yeah, Commissioner Grimes, you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just trying to make Eric look good.
No,
No, I appreciate it. Keep going. You want to take the
may have more
rest?
information on this item than he does, so that's fine if you'd like to add to what he's saying.
Oh, thank you, and forgive me for calling out of turn, but yes, this was discussed and approved by this board a while ago to put some strips at certain places and also some lane markers on the sides to sort of slow down drivers a little bit there where there's heavy pedestrian and bicycle use.
And then,
thank you.
In addition, Project B, which is the Montgomery Ave, Levering Mill, Old Lancaster Road, that consists of intersection improvements and a rain garden in Montgomery Avenue, Old Lancaster Road, and Levering Mill Road, and the installation of a flashing warning device at the Union Fire Association. If you're following along in your CIP and you wanted to go to 4236, that's the project that has the long 15-page appendix. For the Project A, that is Montgomery Avenue, Bell Avenue, Conshohocken and State Road, if you were to look at page 6 of 15, you would find that there. And that consists of modifications of the corner to remove a channelized island, improve pedestrian crosswalks, ADA compliant ramps, and pedestrian signals. And then finally, if you went to page 15 of that appendix, you would see the installation of a crosswalk at Church Road by Montgomery Avenue near Lower Marion High School with pedestrian signals, associated ADA ramps, and a sidewalk from the new ramp to the existing Page Arnold Field entrance. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
In all cases, the bids are higher than the estimates, and higher than, in some cases, the estimates from 2022, because of these items. Some of these items were in the current year's capital budget. They're also in the 2023 capital budget. So the pricing is almost 30% higher, and in the case of the one item, if you look back at the 2022 capital budget, it's even more than 30% higher. Eric or Ernie, can you comment on that? I mean, is this inflation in construction? Is this scope change?
I think you asked that question earlier today. I think
I did, yes.
Mr. McElhaney did discuss there were two of the projects I think had scope changes to them. One of them being the Montgomery Avenue and Church Road. And in terms of, I know he made mention of the ADA ramps, in particular, have doubled. I think he said doubled to tripled in costs. Ernie, I'm not sure if you want to add anything else.
No, that's right. That one had some substantial scope change to it since it was originally conceived. But mostly this is just the current bidding environment.
Okay. Do any commissioners have any questions or comments, and specifically those commissioners in whose wards these projects are located? If they wish to speak, your comments are always welcome, but specifically welcome. Commissioner Grimes.
Okay, so I want to compliment whoever is responsible for the Rose Glen bid coming out half of what was projected in our budget. According to this chart, if I'm reading it correctly, it's only 49% of what was bid.
Yes.
Do we have an explanation beyond your great negotiating skills with the bidding companies?
There's no negotiation.
No negotiation.
It's a blind public bid. So, that was,
I was trying to give you credit once again.
Well,
Yeah.
we won't take it unless we're due it, so.
So it, just the way it worked, because the others are dramatic increases and this one is half, so, okay. I'm, before they take away the discount, I'm gonna be quiet then. Thank you.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Vice President Gamble.
Thank you. So, Eric, I was a little confused. I thought you had said that we decided to bid it as, and I probably misheard, that you said we bid it as one project for all of these, but as I read the memo, it's 4 different bids.
Yeah, so there's 4 separate contracts, but, if we had 4 different low bidders, we would award 4 separate contracts to contractor A, B, C, and D.
Right.
But since we have one contractor who's the low bid on every individual one, we're basically awarding it as one contract for 4 different locations, but for overall, I guess I would say, roadway improvements to all. So we could have had, contractor A, B, and C, and maybe C had 2 pieces of it or something of that nature, and then we would have put this agenda item together differently. But since it was, the low bid was received by the same vendor in every instance, that's why we compile it in this way.
Gotcha, but they didn't give a discount for winning all 4?
The only the highest bidding company even entered anything in the discount, and obviously that didn't bring them anywhere near close to the low bid.
So knowing that the same company was the low bidder on all, would there be a benefit to rebidding it as one contract, or is that not an appropriate way to do this?
I don't necessarily see where your benefit is, especially even kind of where you are in a construction season. Right now is probably a more less busy period of time to be bidding these things. And I wouldn't want to necessarily delay it and then rebid it in kind of a February, March, where people maybe are starting to think, well, I'm not going to do the work then until April or May, and that's when I'm busier and such. So I don't have any rationale that I would provide to you that says, you know what, I think if you rebid this and did it in a different way, that we would get a better result.
And when will this work be done? Or when do you expect it to be done?
So in general, when you approve a contract. So it would be approved 2 weeks from now.
Right.
Generally, there's about a 3-ish to 4 week period until after that happens to where there's a contract execution. Because the contract has to go to the contractors, come back, has to be reviewed by the solicitor, have to have all the bonds, have to provide everything to President Sinai to make sure he gets his hand cramps out and signs everything away. And then there's a notice to proceed. So that just does take some time. So given that there's holidays and things of that nature, I wouldn't think that this is probably going to be totally executed probably until a little bit into the new year, probably mid to late January. And then it's up to the contractor and whoever is basically the project manager. Sometimes it's Mr. McElhaney, sometimes it might be someone who is in Highway or Fleet or Donna in Parks and Rec to kind of work with that contractor and set out a schedule.
Okay. And can this work be done in the winter? Can this be done in January, February, or is it we wait until March, April anyway?
I mean, I can't speak from an operational perspective on everything. Certainly, if you have certain breaks in weather, you can do certain things, painting and things of that nature, but some of it probably will work until spring. I don't know if Manager McNeely has any other thoughts to add to that.
No, you're right. Some of it can be started. There's a long lead time, we know, for traffic signal equipment. So the ones that require traffic signals, those are going to be probably months out. But they can start some of the other work. We're probably not doing the thermoplastic unless we get a real nice warm-up we don't expect in the wintertime. But some of it will start.
Okay. So if some of it starts, that makes sense to get this going as soon as possible. That was very helpful. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you. Commissioner Sean Kramer? Oh, I thought you raised your hand earlier. Other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Gilda Kramer?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment about projects A and B, both of which are very important to my ward and both of which border on neighboring wards. So the first one, the one at Montgomery Avenue, Bala Avenue, and Conshohocken State Road, is where my neighborhood feeds out to the Kinwood train station and to the entrance to the Kinwood Heritage Trail. It's an area where there is tremendous foot traffic as people are trying to access both the train and the trail. And it's not a terribly safe intersection right now. So this is doing this sooner rather than putting it off I think is very important from a safety standpoint. The same thing is true of the Montgomery Avenue, Levering Mill Road and Old Lancaster Road project. That's one that borders that is partly within Ward 13 and also partly in Ward 12. And once again, it's an area with a great deal of pedestrian traffic, and it's not a particularly safe intersection. So I think that there will be a great deal of improvement for the people in the community to have this done sooner rather than later, especially since it was scheduled to be done a couple of years ago and it was put off as part of the projects that were delayed due to the pandemic. I don't think that delaying it for any other reason at this point would be appropriate.
Thank you for that background and explanation, Commissioner Kramer. Other committee members, Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner. Eric, I'm going to support the proposal, but I'm looking, some of the quoted rates are just so wildly divergent. I'm looking at page 9 of our packet, item 18, which looks to be type 4 manhole, stormwater height. One bid came in at 8.5 million, one came in at 17.5 million, and one came in at 16.6. It's just, for my personal identification, is there any rhyme or reason to the bidding? I mean, I would think that, you know, obviously the markup on a contract varies by contractor, but they just seem so out of line with each other.
Well, I would say two things. One, you're taking notes from Commissioner Bernheim, apparently.
I've learned from him.
And then two is the numbers you're looking at, those are in that is not in thousands. So the numbers you're looking at, I think it was, you said line 18, is $4,280.
Okay.
$8,560.
So it's not thousands, but
One is 17,500, 15,000. So there is a double, a 50 or 100% markup between the low contractor and the other two, which, we say doesn't make sense. And, in asking Mr. McElhaney this question in the past, he said is, we might put out these detailed bid sheets. People don't look at it like that. They basically say, oh, I think this is a $975,000 project, and I'm going to put in the numbers where they fit to get to my bottom line. So that's the explanation that I've heard in the past in that, but I do agree with you, and as Commissioner Bernheim has said many times, sometimes these things just don't make sense, but that's why we do try to look at it as the total and not try to pick apart the details, although the details sometimes do make you scratch your head.
Right. Thanks.
Okay. Other committee members with questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Any online? Madam Secretary, who is not here?
No, there are not.
Great. Thank you, Madam Assistant Secretary. Okay. I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for traffic improvements at 4 locations to Marino Corporation in accordance with the bids received on Thursday, November 17th, 2022, and the recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer with the approval of the Director of Public Works and Township Engineer. Contracts A, B, C, and D, the total lump sum bid plus contingencies in the amount of $998,684.70 with the detailed amounts as stated in our agenda. Vice President Gavin seconds. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. Let's move on to the second item on tonight's finance agenda. That is for the committee to consider amending an existing agreement that we have with Portnoy Associates, Portnoy Law Associates, that has to do with delinquent municipal claims. We have talked about this recently, but Eric will explain what's before us this evening.
Yeah, so this is really a supplement to the ordinance advertisement that we discussed at the November 9th Finance Committee. In researching this matter in conjunction with the Township Secretary, we found that since the board previously actually approved an agreement with Portnoy when we began with them almost 20 years ago, that if we're going to amend that agreement, we have to bring it back forward to the board. The fees that are listed in the packet that you have are the exact same that were in the draft or ordinance for advertisement that you approved. This, just like the ordinance, this agreement has been reviewed and approved by the township solicitor, so we recommend moving forward. That way, in 2 weeks from tonight, we would approve both the ordinance and this agreement, and everything would be T's crossed, I's dotted, and ready to move forward. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Any committee members with any questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Before we vote, do any members of the committee wish to recuse?
Yes, Commissioner Zeloff. I think I've disclosed this when we've dealt with Portnoy before. Previously, I was retained as an expert witness in a trial which concerned these exact fees.
Thank you. I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners that we authorize the Township Manager and Chief Financial Officer to execute an amendment to an agreement with Portnoy Law Associates Limited for the collection of delinquent municipal claims on behalf of the Township of Lower Merion. Do I have a second? Commissioner McComb seconds. Motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Any recusals? Madam Secretary, that motion passes unanimously. with one recusal. Okay. The final item on the Finance Committee agenda is actually going to consist of several items. Commissioners have been asked by our board president shortly after the manager's budget and capital improvement plan were issued publicly and provided to commissioners at the beginning of November. We had a public hearing. We've had two public hearings, the second one tonight, and at each one we indicated that tonight's Finance Committee meeting is an opportunity for commissioners to consider making amendments to either or both budgets. Commissioners were asked to submit those amendments in writing just before Thanksgiving, and we received a number of proposed amendments as part of our annual budget cycle, a cycle that works very effectively. There's been a lot of work by our township staff to prepare our operating budget, as well as to prepare our capital budget. We had an operating budget workshop in September that was in a public meeting. We had a capital budget workshop at the end of June that was a public meeting. The budgets are available online for any member of the community who wishes to go through them. The operating budget it's an inch thick. There's a lot there, but the online use of it is made, there's instructions so you can find things fairly readily. The budgets are also available in the library if anybody wants to, all of our libraries, in case anybody wants to sit down with them. And our budgets are award-winning in their presentation, in their detail, and the information that's made available. So, what was submitted for tonight's Finance Committee meeting in advance were 9 proposed amendments. It's my understanding that the first amendment on our list, as well as the last amendment on our list, that's number 9, both have been withdrawn. And so we will proceed to the remaining 7 amendments that have been presented to us tonight. So, and I also have been asked, since there are some people in the room for the 2 amendments that have been, members of the public in the room who've been, who are here on the proposed amendments for capital improvements at Harriton Association and at the Preserve at Harriton, amendments that have been made proposed by Commissioner O'Neill. If we could move those to the front of the list. The list, by the way, is in the order in which the amendments were received by our Chief Financial Officer. So, do any committee members have any concerns about changing the order based on who's here to speak? Because we don't want to have other people waiting longer to speak than they otherwise would. Seeing none, I'm then going to go to ask you all to go to item 7, which is a proposed budget amendment for Harriton House and Museum that has been proposed by Commissioner O'Neill. I'm going to call on Commissioner O'Neill and ask her to explain the proposed amendment and to make, typically to make the motion for this, but I think in this case she will not be making the motion, but to explain the motion. Do I want to call on Commissioner O'Neill, or I want to call on Vice President Gavin for this? Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your flexibility in terms of moving the agenda items along, just to kind of keep the flow of folks moving. So this motion that I'm about to make replaces the one in an earlier vision that talked about schematic design for the purposes of fundraising for the Friends of Harriton Preserve. I withdrew that motion, thinking that we're just not quite ready for something like that. So I think...
So Commissioner O'Neill, I want to interrupt. I thought we were on number 7. You're talking about number 8.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We'll move forward on. Do you want to do number 8? Is that all right?
You want to start with number 8?
Let's start with number 8. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
So,
we'll start with number 8.
Yes, this has to do with the preserve. So rather than pursue the schematic design, the motion that I'm about to make, and I hope to have your support, is directly related to Project A, some Project A identified priorities from the master plan that we just approved, or just received. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and make the motion, and then Ms. Heller and others, if you'd like to come up and add to it, that's fine too. So, consider for recommendation to the board to amend the proposed 2023 capital budget to increase by $40,000 projects identified in the Harriton Preserve Master Plan, including some priority A projects: bat and bird houses, butterfly garden, new trail, story walk, preserve wayfinding signs, establishment of a plant palette, and reuse of logs for seating areas.
Motion's been made. Is there a second?
Thank
Commissioner Whalen seconds. Commissioner O'Neill, would you like to further explain?
I will hold my comments for last, and we'll hear from the board.
Do committee members have any questions or comments? Commissioner Grimes?
Yeah. See, I'm confused. This is not, the motion you just made is not on the list?
That is correct.
This is a
Okay.
new one.
Okay.
And is it replacing one that's on the list? That'll be number 7.
What Commissioner O'Neill has done is on number 8 on the list.
Number 8,
She
got it.
withdrew the
Okay, got it, okay.
proposed amendment that's before us.
Right.
And she has, she has made a replacement proposed amendment to the budget. We do not have it before us in writing.
Okay, I apologize, I was looking at
No, no,
my
that's
budget,
it's a
so
good
sorry.
question.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Churchill.
I'd like to make, I hope, a friendly amendment. The wording be, instead of 17,000.
She didn't make this amendment.
So Commissioner Churchill, in the amendment that Commissioner O'Neill made, her proposed amendment is for $40,000 in the capital budget.
Okay.
It's replacing the proposed amendment that is for the withdrawn amendment, which is for $17,000 in the operating budget.
Well, I would make, I hope, a friendly amendment that rather than 40,000, to wording being up to 40,000.
I will accept that as friendly. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
That's the Zeloff comment.
And a very good one at that. Thank you. Commissioner Gilda Kramer. Yeah, I didn't hear what you said.
I just would like to clarify, is this going to be in addition to number 7, which is going to be another 60,000? So the total request is going to be 100,000 for this? Or are you withdrawing number 7 and just substituting this for 7 and 8?
I'll ask Commissioner O'Neill to respond to that.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Kramer. Hi. What you're looking at, number 7, is an entirely different motion for an entirely different project for an entirely different group. They're not the same at all, unrelated.
Okay, other committee members with questions or comments? Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. So this is up to 40,000 for schematic drawings.
It is not.
Okay, so I'm sorry that we don't have this amendment.
I understand. It's.
Let me make a statement. It would have been helpful to have this in writing somehow. And I don't fault you, Commissioner.
No, it is
O'Neill,
not my
I'm just
fault.
saying.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Do you mind stating what this is for again? And I apologize if I didn't hear the first 2 times.
I can repeat the motion.
Yes.
How about that? Okay, so consider for recommendation to the board to amend the proposed 2023 capital budget to increase by $40,000, project identified in the Harriton Preserve Master Plan. Some priority A projects that are listed within that: bat and bird houses, butterfly garden, new trail, story walk, preserve wayfinding signs, establishment of a plant palette, and reuse of logs for seating areas within the preserve.
Thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
so
That's what we're looking at right here.
I guess I would have,
Oh, yes,
if I can ask a question of Donna, I think you're still good, there you are. Are these expenses that are typically absorbed by the township for township parks?
Yes, yeah, so it's the beginning of the implementation of the master plan, so those items that are called out as A projects would eventually be budgeted within the CIP for township expenses.
By the township, because my recollection, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that in some parks, there are private entities that do things like the storybook trails and things like that.
So the library has implemented a story trail at Ashbridge Park, which was township funds. So capital projects can be a combination of grant funds, or a lot of the Friends groups also, contribute to various CIP, endeavors. So we always try to balance those against additional outside funds, but there's a number of projects that we also fund fully through the CIP in our master plans to get them executed.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you, and thank you very much.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Vice President Garrett.
So, question, you had said in the motion, it says some priority A projects. Does that mean it's some of a larger portion of priority projects, or is it some priority A projects, some priority B projects, some priority C projects?
May I answer that? So
Commissioner O'Neill, yes, please.
Thank you.
Please
And Donna can correct me. This is some A projects.
So all the
Not-
projects are A projects?
Not all A projects are within this 40,000.
Okay, but none of these are B and C projects?
At one point they were, they moved up the priority level.
Oh, you just opened up a whole new can of worms.
Very good.
Why? No, well, I didn't even mean that. I'm really proud of myself, though.
Yeah, that was pretty- I'm glad I caught up
Why?
You sat next to Dan for a while.
Why did they move up from B, C projects to A projects?
Some of them.
I can answer that.
Sorry, why did they
Yes.
move up from B?
So during the master plan process, when we first received the draft, it's part of the evaluation that we do in all of our master plans. We receive the draft in the steering committee stage, and when it's part of the discussion of, between the steering committee members and commissioners are on that as well, the projects get re-ranked based on, priority, perceived needs, et cetera, for the enjoyment of the community of the facility. So it was, but it didn't change. It changed to get to the final version. It was in a draft version where it may have been a B project.
Got it. So in your mind, these are all important?
Yeah, they're all A projects, and they are of lower cost that can kind of kickstart the master plan there. At the board's discretion.
Okay, and before you go, so I know there's obviously some expense in buying the materials. Is this, we heard from some representatives of the group, are they going to be implementing it, or is the township going to be implementing it? Are we going to be able to get this done with everything else we have to do?
It would be a township implementation. Some of the birdhouses or bat houses, we would probably look for a local Boy Scout troop to do a project to get them implemented. We would install them. So we would try to tag team. I would make the motion to up to $40,000 or not to exceed $40,000, because I do believe in some instances we'll come in under. In others, we may get a higher cost and may have to come back to the board to figure out if this is something we want to move forward on.
Okay. And you're comfortable that you and your department have time to execute this in 23?
With the volunteer group, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, other committee members with questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments?
Keep going.
Not by phone, but in person.
Sorry. Sorry, Scott.
A little levity during budget time.
Okay. So let me observe that I'm not going to call on them, Commissioner Stevens. So, let me observe that this proposal from Commissioner O'Neill follows what we did earlier this evening, which was receive the master plan. And this is as I think Donna described it, a small items, capital improvements in a 9-acre park that has received nothing from the capital budget for a long, long time. It does get some park maintenance and tree removal kind of thing. And Donna, if there's something I'm missing, please jump in. But I think that this is a direct outcome of the efforts of the study committee and the new master plan that we've just received. So the motion has been made, seconded, amended. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. And also just to note the up to.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes, thank you, and up to 40 would need to be reflected.
That was included in,
Yep.
yes, that's in the amended motion.
Thank you so very much.
So, Commissioner O'Neill, I'm going to call on you again for what is number 7 on our list. You proposing a amendment to the capital budget for Harriton House and Museum, which is separate from the preserve at Harriton.
Very separate
Commissioner O'Neill.
projects. Thank you so much, Chairman Zelloff. And at this, before we get started on this particular motion, I'm going to recuse myself from this vote, from this motion, since my residence there might be included in the preservation plan. Even though I remain passionate about the museum, the property, I find that it would be improper for me to participate in the conversation and certainly to vote. I feel like that would be against my judgment and my oath of office. So I will sit quietly and observe. And all that said, it is an amazing place that I hope you'll support. And with that,
Okay. All right. We will see if there is a substitute, a proposer for this item. I think it would be Vice President Gamble.
Yes, I'm happy to do so. And, you know, a couple of things before I make the motion. One, as we alluded to before, the Harriton Preserve is different from the Harriton House and Museum, which is why these are two completely separate motions. Two, Commissioner Zelloff, I think you're intentionally working backwards. Having the last name of Zelloff, you were probably always the last one to be called on in class. So this is your way of starting at the end and going forward. So very well done. So the motion I'm going to make is to, and it's a little different from what's written here. After talking with Commissioner O'Neill, she had some changes, so please bear with me again. We don't have this in writing, so I will go slowly on this one. So it's, I'm going to move to consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners to amend the proposed 2023 budget to allocate an additional up to $60,000 in the 2023 capital budget for capital project 4025, facility improvements, to complete a comprehensive preservation plan for the Harriton House and Museum. The Harriton Association will contribute 1/3 of the cost, which is up to $20,000.
Motion's been made. Is there a second? Commissioner Grimes seconds. Vice President Garvin, do you want to explain further?
I think I may call on Mr. Traub to explain as he's standing
Or
near the
Donna,
mic,
or Donna Heller. Either one would like to provide more information. I think we'll call on you, Donna.
So the Harriton Association owns the, there's I'm going to call it a pool house, but I don't know the exact term. I believe they term it differently, where they host most of their programs. It's their main office suite. There's also 2 additional homes behind the official Harriton Historic Home that are owned by the association. And then there's the Harriton House, which is owned by the township, which in our agreement with the association, they actually program, maintain, et cetera. And this is asking for funds to basically do a master plan for the buildings to try and figure out what the long-term goal is, what it needs, and how to get there. So to create a roadmap for the moving forward on the maintenance and upkeep of those structures.
Donna, earlier this year, we entered into an amended agreement with Harriton Association, and there's a provision in that agreement about who maintains the historic structures, and we would, if there was going to be improvements funded by the township, we would need to amend that agreement. Can you explain that?
Yes, that is correct. I believe it was early 2022 or late 2021 when this agreement was executed with the Harriton Association, which calls out the responsibilities and the maintenance and upkeep of all of the structures on the residential parcel, as well as the ones that are Harriton Association property, are the responsibility of the Harriton Association.
So if we were to proceed in the future to use a plan that calls for improvements to the structures, we would have to amend the agreement?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I want to just make that point. Okay, do other committee members have any questions or comments on the motion for Donna or for Eric? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce, I hope it's a friendly amendment, that this historic study master plan include a segment on the African American experience at Harriton.
Commissioner Churchill, could we ask Donna to comment on that, what you're bringing up?
My understanding of what is being requested is more about the actual structures and the maintenance of them versus the programmatic side of what's being offered at the association. I believe that's something that we could probably address in another avenue
That's fine.
with the association.
That's fine. I withdraw my amendment.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Do any members of the public wish to come forward on this item? I see two members of the public who wish to come forward.
The Harriton Association. I want to thank Tiffany for proposing that we submit this application for capital funds. It's an important new initiative on the part of Harriton. It's a crucial step in the furthering of our mission, which is, we believe, in concert with the aims of the township and the use of this house and park. I need to respond to the question of the African-American period of the history of the house. We are currently, we have an initiative to do further research and work with the community on bringing that history to light. And I guess the thing to say is, from a programmatic point of view, we're on it. But I want to introduce our new executive director, Laura Carpenter-Myers, who will talk more specifically about the project. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to add my thanks to the commissioners for allowing us this opportunity to come before you and speak about this project for the Harriton Association this evening. In particular, Commissioner O'Neill, who has been not only a good advocate for us, both the Harriton Preserve and the Harriton Association, but has long-standingly been a good advocate for the Harriton Association. Just to give a little bit of background about this project, it will primarily be creating a roadmap. So at this juncture, although it falls under the rubric of a request for capital improvement, it is not per se bricks and mortar improvement for Harriton Association and for the historic Harriton House. It's more providing us, as I said, with a roadmap. One of the things that will likely come as an outcome of this particular historic examination of the structures of the house and its current conditions will likely be an identification of potential remains and remnants of the history of enslaved Africans at Harriton. Because a professional architectural firm can come in and as they are examining the condition of the roof, the foundations, the structures that are existing on the site, they very frequently can find evidence that normal people who don't have that trained eye can find. So it will potentially be a part of this survey. It seems a little odd that we would, after all these years, the Harriton Association sort of stewarding the preservation of historic Harriton House and the other buildings on the property, to come to the commission, come to the township to request capital funding. But one of the things that we are quite interested in continuing to do is to maintain a good relationship with the Township of Lower Merion and make sure that we're transparent in what we are doing to preserve the house, to take care of our responsibility for historic Harriton House and the other buildings on the property. We have included all of the buildings on the property in this request because you cannot look at the whole of what exists or remains of the Harriton Association or the Harriton property piecemeal, which is why we are very much in support of the work that's being done by the Friends of the Harriton Preserve, because that preserve is in essence the view shed. If you stand on the second floor balcony of historic Harriton House, you can't not look out at the preserve, and so it's important to us as well as the history of Harriton House. The interesting part about Harriton is, if you're not familiar, is that there are other buildings on the property that actually predate Harriton House itself, including one of the oldest buildings and possibly the oldest building in Lower Merion Township. There are also later buildings that are historically significant, including the dairy barn. Director Heller referred to our pool house, which seems like a rather capricious name for a serious museum building. That building was actually a 19th century cattle barn that was in the 1920s converted into a pool house, and then in 2003 converted into our education building and where we do have our administrative offices. We are hopeful that you will consider our request for capital funding, and the Harriton Association board has voted to unanimously to support the 20% or 1/3, excuse me, $20,000 financial commitment to this project should it be approved. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Other members of the public who wish to come forward? I should point out Ms. Myers, who just spoke, she is the new director at Harriton House, replacing a longtime director, and so she's brought a fresh perspective to this property. Yes, sir.
Good evening again, Mark Klotzbach, 305 Millbank Road, Bryn Mawr. As the co-president of the Friends of the Harriton Preserve, we fully support this amendment, and quite frankly, the Harriton House property as a whole,
Mr. Klotzbach, could you get a little closer to the mic?
The Harriton House properties as a whole is really the paramount feature of the park, and this amendment will add tremendous value to helping not only the association but also the Friends group deliver on its mission. So we fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public wish to come forward on this item? Madam Secretary, any online?
Just one. Lear Walker?
Or does she wish to speak?
Yes, there she goes.
Ms. Walker?
Hello.
We can hear you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any prepared words, but I feel like as a member of, the born and bred African Americans of Lower Merion Township, somebody has to speak up and just say that $100,000 is a lot to propose between two budgets for someone who may be considering, and I just listened to the words very carefully, may consider including the perspective of what it meant to us having that had been a plantation where our own family served as slaves. So I just wanted to just at least have somebody, I appreciate Commissioner Churchill bringing up the subject and anyone else who has alluded to it. But I would be remiss if I did not say that 3 years of battling for food for the same African Americans for just enough money to feed them, and then to have such a big proposal and for something that's such a key part of our history to say that they might include it in what they're doing, I just think had to be pointed out. And it would be my great hope that you will work with the community, the members that are there. I'm speaking to you. I would hope that you will work very closely with us so that we can wrap this all up and put the history where the history belongs, and moving forward where moving forward belongs, but in a way that would be beneficial to all communities in Lower Merion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. So that's the only other member of the public online. Do any commissioners wish to respond or comment on public comment? I do. I will take the lead on that, and others, of course, are welcome to do so. So with regard to the comments just made, I heard from Trina Vo, who's the board chair at Harriton Association. We're on it with regard to the study of African Americans at Harriton. Commissioner Churchill's request had to do with the study of the structures, but then we heard from Laura Myers, the new director, who said it's going to go beyond that in terms of exploring the property for any remains. And so I think both comments address the concerns that Ms. Walker has raised. Others wish to respond to any public comment? Seeing none. Commissioner Grimes.
I have a follow-up question, if I may.
Of course.
Spurred by, and this is for Donna. Donna, assuming if a board approves this recommendation, then the Board of Commissioners ultimately agrees with this in the budget. Are the projects that are going to be funded by this, is it the township that is going to be, engaging the study and and whatever's done under the master plan, or is the money given to the Friends Group or to the Harriton House to do this work?
The way it's proposed now is that it would be a township project, that it would be in our CIP. It's not being proposed as a donation to the association to carry it out.
Okay, now I think that's the way to go, so you just confirmed what I thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would just add that that's another way to ensure that the goals we've talked about tonight and the township's other goals are met, because the township will control the way the money is spent. Not that for other groups would do it differently, but it's a way to ensure it. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Grimes. The motion would be for the township to engage. The motion is a net cost in the capital budget of $40,000 up to, because Harriton Association Board has committed to contribute up to $20,000, but committed to contribute 1/3. But the study is in control of the township, because it is the township's study of the structures at Harriton Farmstead and Harriton Association. Donna, you're agreeing with everything that
Yes.
I've said. You agree with what Commissioner Grimes said. Other commissioners with any questions or comments? Seeing none, a motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? One opposed and one abstention, Madam Secretary. Okay, thank you. We'll move on now back to the order of items on our agenda. So we'll go to number 2. This is a budget amendment proposed by Commissioner Sean Kramer that has to do with the operating budget and our library system. So I will call on Commissioner Sean Kramer.
Thank you, Chairman Zella. Yes, I'd like to suggest that we consider for recommendation to the board.
Commissioner Kramer, would you be able to get a little bit closer to
Yes.
your microphone?
Yes, I can. To amend the proposed 2023 budget to include an upgrade of 2 part-time library assistant positions at Ardmore Library and Belmont Hills Library that perform children's services functions to full-time status, and to upgrade 1 part-time library assistant position at the processing center to full-time status. And I'd like to invite...
Motion's been made. Is there a
Sorry.
second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Whalen.
Thank you. I would like to invite Director Williamson up to answer any questions that you may have regarding this proposal. As you may remember, we did discuss this in a recent meeting and reviewed the data that support these requests. I'd also like to point out to my colleagues that we did receive letters supporting the proposals from the Board of the Ardmore Library, the Board of the Belmont Hills Library, and the Board of LMS at large. So if anybody has any questions for Director Williamson.
Ms. Wilkinson. Welcome. Williamson, excuse me, Ms. Williamson.
Yes, good evening. I'm awaiting your questions.
I misunderstood. I thought Commissioner Kramer was introducing you for comments. It's fine if you're
I
not.
was asking Director Williamson to be available for questions.
Very good.
We did have a presentation recently.
Okay, do commissioners have any questions or comments on this item? Vice President Gabbard.
Just a process question, and maybe it's not for you, Ms. Wilkinson. Just kidding.
Williamson.
I know, I was joking. I was joking.
That was directed at me, by the way, just to, for the minutes to so reflect.
So we talked, as Commissioner Kramer said, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago, wholehearted support across the board for it. Why are we here talking about this again tonight?
Well, I can answer that. You talked about it as a concept at a meeting earlier, but it has to still work its way into the budget, so it needs a budget amendment.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Other members of the committee with questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Okay. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in...
I think someone's coming up.
I will not finish my sentence. We do have a member of the public who wishes to speak.
Yes, hi, Adrian Seltzer, Wynwood. I would just like to comment that I heard the director's statement a couple weeks ago, and it was very powerful on how the costs are increased for the library because they're losing staff. They can't keep staff because they're not being paid adequately or having benefits. So I am wholeheartedly for this, and I might even consider saying that a $15 minimum wage for all employees for the township should be in order. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to come forward? Okay. Any comments from members of the committee? Laura, yes.
There is someone online.
Thank you.
Ms. Walker. Oh, she's gone.
I just put her out of the meeting because I thought she was still there from the last time. I did not realize you put her in. Sorry. Let me put her back in.
So Jody, should we, does Ms. Walker wish to speak?
Did she have her hand up again? Because I missed it. Okay. All right, she's coming back in. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, Manira.
We'll wait a moment for Ms. Walker to join us.
That's okay. I understand the hybrid system is challenging. I haven't figured it out yet. I just wanted to say very quickly that I was very happy to hear about the children's librarian positions becoming full-time. Having been a children's librarian at the Ardmore Library until my children were born, it was always a part-time position. It was something that was always should have always been full-time. So I just am really in support of everything that's happening with the libraries. And I'm glad to see
that things are moving forward positively for libraries instead of in reverse in this digital age. So I'm all for everything that we can do to preserve the libraries and upgrade these services. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jody and Laura, anybody else online wish to speak?
No.
Okay. The motion has been made by Commissioner Sean Kramer and seconded. It's time to vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, Madam Secretary, that budget amendment is approved unanimously. Let's move on to item 3 on our list. This is a proposed change to our capital budget, and the proposer is Commissioner McKeon. Commissioner McKeon, would you like to move and explain this item?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Thank you. So I will move to consider for recommendation to the board to amend the proposed 2023 budget to defer township funding for capital project 4216 Rock Hill Road, Belmont Avenue Transportation Service Improvement Program for 1 year.
Is there a second?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Commissioner Bernheim.
Commissioner Bernheim seconds.
So this project, I think everyone's familiar with it in some regard or another. It's over 20 years old. It's a $34 million project that's mostly federally funded. It entails widening Belmont Avenue in some areas and also moving a railroad bridge. It's been in our, you can see on page 22 of our CIP, some of the expenses that we've had over the last 20 years for it. The township is responsible primarily for the design. That's where we've spent over $2.5 million already in our CIP over the years for design. And, you know, just to go back, we have to actually purchase the properties along Belmont Avenue before the work can get done. 2007, we bought 726 Belmont Avenue. So this has been 15 years of purchases. 100 Belmont Avenue is still not owned. That's Ballot Motorsports. So that property has to either get purchased by the government or taken through eminent domain for this project to be able to go forward from a practical standpoint. In 2020, when the pandemic hit, we deferred all the funding for this project for a year, and I don't know if anyone even noticed, just because it's going on for a long time. This past year, if you look, we were budgeted to spend $3.5 million on the project, and we actually had almost a $2 million reappropriation of funds that weren't spent last year on it. So it was way over budgeted last year. All I'm asking here with this motion is simply to defer the funding for 1 more year for the design, which is $150,000. And I don't think that we're prejudiced in any way by pushing it back 1 year, or that there's any other harm because that one parcel is still not owned. We really can't do anything with it. So that's my background, and I'm happy to respond to questions about it if anyone has any.
Thank you, Commissioner McKeon. Any committee members with questions or comments on this proposed amendment to our capital budget? Commissioner Bernheim.
Other than I agree wholeheartedly, I think this is the only project that's been in the CIP repeatedly longer than Commissioner Zeloff has been on the board. So,
and that's a long time.
And that's a long. So I don't know that there's any downside, and I think that Commissioner McKeon has set forth a good reason to, put this off. I don't think it harms us in any fashion, and it's highly unlikely that we're going to make any progress, as he indicated, unless we acquire the other property.
Okay. Other committee members with questions or comments? Do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item? Jody or Laurie, any online who have any questions or comments? Yeah. Okay. A motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that motion to reduce the capital budget passes unanimously. Item 4 on our list is also made by Commissioner McKeon. It is for the operating budget, also a proposed reduction. Commissioner McKeon.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Zell. This funding would come from the general fund, and it relates to the Montgomery County Planning Commission contract. So to get the discussion starting, I will move to consider for recommendation to the board to amend the proposed 2023 budget to eliminate the 3-year contract with the Montgomery County Planning Commission within the Building and Planning Department budget.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Stevenson seconds.
Thank you. So in October, township staff had extended this contract for 3 years. It wasn't an item that came up at a public meeting. And I looked at it, Lower Merion has its own planning commission. I believe it made sense to have this contract generally when we were going through the Saldo and when we were going through the zoning code back in 2020, but we're beyond both of those issues. I had asked building and planning staff what this contract had been used for. The response I got was the most significant contribution from the county this year was assisting staff with completing the Saldo. County staff allowed the zoning code testing model and assembled a team of professionals to test various aspects of the Saldo. So I feel at this point that we're beyond the Saldo, we're beyond the zoning code, and I don't think it's bad to engage the Montgomery County Planning Commission for services, but I think that should be done on a project-by-project basis in the public view in 2023, and then we can decide as a board if a project merits some funding from the Montgomery County Planning Commission, as opposed to just saying, here's a 3-year contract generally for services. And I was also a little bit annoyed by what had happened recently with SEPTA, how they have canceled bus service of the 44 bus line and 54 bus line, which runs along Conshohocken State Road. That's critical to transit-oriented development in our area. If you read a lot of the information we get from Montgomery County Planning Commission, they're aggressively advocating for transit-oriented development. And that's basically putting houses near mass transit areas, if it's a railroad or a bus link. I've heard SEPTA next year may be cutting back on railroad lines in our area, which could possibly include the Kenwood line. So I feel a little blindsided by that, and that's why I started wondering, why aren't we getting more direction saying, here's the pulse of the region, here's what's going on. You may be losing bus lines, you may be losing trail lines. So with that anyway, I don't think that it's a bad idea to have services from the Montgomery Planning Commission, but again, I think it's something that we should do on an as-needed basis and make it part of the public process.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McKeon. Committee member comments, I'm going to start. So this is, as I understand it, a requirements contract essentially, meaning that we enter into an agreement, a 3-year agreement with the County Planning Commission, and if we use them, then we pay their bill. If we don't use them, then we don't have a bill to pay. So this is not an obligation to spend all of the $16,000 in the operating budget. It is a maximum that we can expend through the operating budget. As to the County Planning Commission, what it really is the County Planning Department, which is the same as the Lower Merion Planning Department. It is not so it's paid staff, and they become a extension or a supplement to the work of our paid staff. And the rate they bill us at is 50%. So if their hourly rate is, say, roughly $30, we get billed $15. So it's a bargain. And they are a highly skilled planning staff. The Lower Merion Planning Commission is members of the community who review our land development. The Montgomery County Planning Commission is members of the community who meet once a month and talk about things going on in Montgomery County. I know because I was on the Planning Commission for the county. The County Planning Commission does not weigh in on the work of the staff. The staff of the county planning staff works for the 62 municipalities when and if requested. And so I cannot support the motion. Do other members of the committee have any questions or comments? Commissioner McComb.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't think it's a lot of money, but I'd be interested in hearing if there's anybody from building and planning that wants to comment on whether there's value received by virtue of this arrangement.
Yes, our building and planning director is with us this evening.
Just happy to talk about this. We've done, I think, 3 or 4, maybe 5 contracts with the county since I've been here. They've been 3-year county assistant contracts. The county heavily discounts And it's been about 12,000, 15,000 over the year. I would say that the township gets a lot more value out of that. It's a fixed price, and we completely overbill towards that. And it gives us extra help and assistance. One of the things that it's very good for is, I know that there's a lot of pressure from this board to get things done. There's a lot of different projects. This board and the community have a lot of things we want to get done. We were doing the zoning code. We're always doing zoning edits. We're continuing to update the land use codes. And they take an awful lot of time. Going forward, what we're looking to do in the next couple of years is complete the natural features code. The natural features code will take some time to do. It's extra hands that go forward from the county staff that are able to do that. They're familiar with our work. They're helpful to do this. One of the things that we'll also be talking to the county about is helping out with the sustainability plan with some of the graphics on that. All of the graphics that have been in the township's codes that have come by lately were done by the county planning staff. I don't even know how to estimate what those professional services would cost, but we get a great deal of that. Certainly willing to work with the building planning committee on what the priorities are going with the county planning staff. With some of those, we have our own list of things. We know the board priorities. We were going to take some of those board priorities and then get those extra hands on deck to help move some of those projects forward. But we find it a great value. We have a great working relationship with the county planning staff. I think if it's a $15,000 contract, it's probably about $75,000 to $100,000 of work a year that we could get. One of the projects that we have discussed with them is an active transportation plan. One of the things that we know, we have a lot of ad hoc committees. We've talked about a bicycle network. We've talked about ad hoc sidewalk committees, tying all those things together. If we were to hire a regular consultant to do that, that would somewhere be north of $100,000, right? Because that takes some engineering. The county staff, to be able to accomplish that, could be done with a lot less this year. And then the added value of that, the county is looking for models of communities to do active transportation plans, and they have money to fund some of those improvements, sidewalks and things like that. I would anticipate if we can do a plan like that with the county, we'd be very eligible to go in and get some of that money back through grants. We put ourselves in a priority funding sort of situation. So just in just my estimation, I think it's a very good value, but certainly we'd love to continue to have a discussion about what those priorities are to work with the county, knowing what we do well here in staff and our capabilities and what the county does well, and try to take the best advantage out of their resources.
Thank you, Chris. Can you stay there in case other committee members have questions for Commissioner McComb?
That answers my question.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I did second this because I thought it was important to have this discussion, I won't support it. But I think that it was an important conversation for us to, I think Commissioner McKeon raised a good question for us to discuss about, number one, you know, what is the bandwidth of our needs, and I've said this before, of our planning. Our planning department has a lot of work, as commissioners, we do a lot of work around development around the work out of the planning department. And if there's a need based on the need of the support of the county, in which the director of planning did an excellent job of outlining some of the things, important things that the county is assisting in. But if there is an ongoing piece that we need to see, whether it's a additional ongoing expertise here in-house based on what the township needs are, whether it's sustainability, whether it's development, whether it's whatever, then we need to, I would say that while I would vote against this tonight, I think that I would not take this conversation off the table as we move forward as for consideration of how we look at long term. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Grimes?
Yeah, thank you. I also appreciate the contract we have with the county and appreciate that it's a requirements contract. I do want to acknowledge, though, Commissioner McKeon's comments, while not dwelling on them tonight, his frustration with the SEPTA situation. I do think that it would not be unreasonable to expect the County Planning Commission outside of this contract to be more of an advocate with others in county government for preserving SEPTA in our township. So I just don't want to belabor it, but don't want that to get lost because I think he made a good point there. So thank you.
There may be a county commissioner who's on the SEPTA board. President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Goff. So I too want to commend Commissioner McKeon, because out of the more than several budget amendments, his are the only two with negative signs in front of them. And like that level of scrutiny is really what we should be doing. And I appreciate him raising both these items for scrutiny. I think this is I'm not going to support his motion either. I think this falls in the category of at a minimum. It is, the equivalent of temp services for planning, right? And, I think we give direction to management to say, look, we want you to accomplish A, B, C, and D this year, figure out how to optimally staff it. And they say we need some flex staffing and this is how we fund it, then I kind of defer to them on how to optimally deliver what we ask for. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, President Sinai. Other committee members with questions or comments? Commissioner Kramer online, have any? I can't now see if she does.
She doesn't.
Okay. All right. This motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor of the, excuse me. Do any members of the public have any comments on this item? Okay. Member of the public online on this item?
Maybe her hand is raised by, here we go. Phyllis Rubin.
Ms. Rubin, would you like to comment? Ms. Rubin, are you online and wish to comment on this item?
Okay, yes, I'm unmuted now. Okay, thank you. So I live in Penwyn in Ward 14. I just wanted to add to this discussion very briefly that I do know that John Lesher, who is the Montgomery County Planning Commission's principal environmental planner and has worked with many municipalities about their sustainability plan, has been working for years, a couple of years, with Lower Merion Township, various actors, and now the sustainability staff person on developing our sustainability plan. I don't know, but I expect somebody in the room knows that whether he is actually paid for consulting about that, and that I think there's perhaps a whole series of benefits that the township receives from getting this kind of bundled, having a kind of bundled, relationship with the County Planning Commission. That's all.
Thanks, Reuben.
Thank you.
Anyone else online, Jody?
There is not.
Okay. I just asked our manager and he confirmed that Mr. Lesher's work is another example of work by county planning staff that is funded by this line item. Okay. I will now, the motion has been made and seconded. Those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay. Madam Secretary, that motion fails. Okay. We have just two more left on our list. The next one is a proposed budget amendment that I have proposed. And it is, and I will make the motion, that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board to amend the proposed 2023 budget to increase the township contribution to outside nonprofit organizations by $13,000 from $93,000 to $106,000. Do I have a second?
A second.
Vice President Garber.
Wait a second, I just wanted the two Republicans to vote for something going up.
I'm just speechless.
I think people will approve it just for that.
On to the next item. The Finance Committee met recently to review requests made by nonprofit organizations in the township. We have a standard procedure that includes a justification. It includes submittal of financial statements, including a submittal of 990s, which are the required IRS filings. And so we went through those recommendations. The budget, since this work was not done prior to the manager presenting his budget about a month ago, the budget amount matched the budget amount from the 2022 budget. There was no increase included in the budget. The budget amount did not have any allocations. So the Finance Committee had a vigorous discussion, and we went through every request. So what's before you is a recommendation that comes from that discussion, and it's two things. It's to raise the amount in the budget from $93,000 to $106,000. So it's a $13,000 increase over the 2022 budget, and it includes the specific recommendations for allocation of those funds to the nonprofits who have applied for funding from the township. And the chart has been emailed to commissioners, is also the last page on the revised agenda. So everybody should have that. That's the background. I'm going to ask Vice Chairs of Finance, Commissioner Courtney or Commissioner Whalen, if they'd like to add to what I've said. Commissioner Whalen.
Certainly, I think Commissioner Zeloff, you said this quite well, yes. But I would simply lend my support here and note that the three, both Commissioner Courtney, myself, and Commissioner Zeloff had a lengthy debate coming from very disparate places at times with regard to each one of these matters, and really came to what we felt like was a very good, strong conclusion and compromise position amongst the three of us that we could fully support to this board and feel very comfortable with.
Thank you. And I'd like to clarify that the motion before us covers both things. It covers the increase in funding, and it includes the allocations per this chart. So there's two components to the motion. Commissioner Courtney.
I would just echo the statement that Commissioner Whalen made, that I concur with these allocations. I think they are probably lower than I would have done by myself, and I suspect higher than Commissioner Zeloff would have done by himself, so it's a great testament to the art of compromise.
Well said. We did so and in a rigorous way with data in front of us that has been provided by our staff, and Ernie and Eric joined our conversation, as well as Chris Weldy, so they could answer questions about our process and about questions about the financial information provided by the organizations. And among the things that's very important is that we don't fund organizations. We expect organizations to have many sources of funding and not be only dependent on the township. And that is now the case with the organizations on this list. Other members of the committee with questions or comments? President Sinai.
Yeah, so just a quick comment, which is a comment of gratitude to the three people on the committee for basically doing a tremendous amount of work offline, so we do not have to do it here tonight. Because I think we see that it's very efficient to do all of these together instead of like debating line item by line item tonight, which tends not to be very efficient. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the compromise that went into this, because certainly I have a great deal of confidence in the outcome with the three of you on that committee.
Thank you, President Sinai. Other committee members with questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public, either in the room or online, have any questions or comments? Okay. The motion has been made and seconded. I will not finish the sentence. We have a member of the public who wishes to come and speak.
I know you're not, this is Janie Mobile, Haverford. I just have a question for you. What is the process by which you actually check those things, that that they don't rely on the financing from this board? I'm just curious, because I didn't see it, or that you actually check they're using those funds to help our community. I'm just curious.
Okay, great. Thank you for the question. So I'll ask our Chief Financial Officer to just briefly outline the process in response to that
So
question.
any nonprofit in the township has to fill out an application of which they detail what they received, if they received township funds in the past, what they used them for, what they are using current funds for, how they plan to use future funds. They also have to, they're requested to submit their most recent audited or reviewed financial statements, which would have their various sources of revenue, in addition to their IRS Form 990, which also provides detail on those things. In addition, we also ask for various budget, current year, and prospective next year's budget. And we provide about, Chris can correct me if I'm wrong, about 800 pages of PDF documents of those various things to the board, or to the finance committee, which I'm sure they, spent 800 hours reading all 800 pages of everyone's financials and IRS 990s. But we did go through a process, and questions were asked, and we did pull those up in that Zoom meeting and share those screens and such. So it isn't just an email request, I want X, Y, or Z. We do try to request a lot of data behind that, and then let the board look at that, and the board makes their determination on these policy matters.
Thank you very much, Eric, and that provides the numbers to what President Sinai referred to. Those 800 pages is what the three of us went through and on our own, and through when we had our discussion with our management team. Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Though your hand was down, Commissioner Churchill? Okay. Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. We next go to item 6 on the list, a proposed amendment to the capital budget regarding Schaffel Plaza made by Commissioner Courtney. Commissioner Courtney, I will call on you to make the motion and present the item.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. I'll start with the motion. I move that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners to amend the budget to allocate $120,000 for engineering and design in the 2023 capital budget for capital project 4072, the Schaffel Green project. By way of reminder, Schaffel Green.
You made the motion, so is there a second, Vice President Gatlin? No, proceed.
Thank you. Schaffel Green is the parking lot between Tired Hands and Bella Vista Pizza, Bella Italia Pizza, across the street from the Ardmore Music Hall. If you look at these great signs up around the room regarding the Ardmore Master Plan, you can see that space has already been marked for open space improvement. If you can't see them from here, I recommend taking a closer look later, and take my word for it now. The Ardmore Master Plan is scheduled to be presented to us and hopefully adopted sometime in Q2 of next year, at which point it will be a recommendation to redesign Schaffel Plaza as a community space, potentially more greenery. That parking is not actually necessary, given that a block away there's the one Ardmore parking garage. Soon 2 blocks away there will be a giant parking garage between Ardmore Avenue and Greenfield for the apartment building we approved there. There may even be one day be a parking garage behind this building. There is enough parking in Ardmore that we can reuse that space as a community gathering space, as outdoor dining, as green space. It'd be a nice improvement to downtown Ardmore overall. And I will just, one last reminder, this is basically restoring the vote that we all made last year to put this exact sum of money into the 2023 CIP.
Commissioner Courtney, could you clarify in the capital budget, there is funding for this item, but it is in out years?
That's right. So the 120 that used to be in 2023 got split into 70 in 2024 and 50 in 2025. I'm asking that we just restore it back to what we had decided to do last year.
So to the point, it's not new funding in the capital budget, it is a reallocation and moving it forward in the capital budget is what has been proposed by Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions from committee members? Commissioner Grimes.
So, thank you, Chairman Zeloff. So, yeah, I mean, you're right, it's a reallocation, so I have no issue with the amount. I guess the question would be for whoever, maybe it's Eric, I mean, the master plan hasn't been approved, so that has to be approved before any of this is spent. Is it likely we're going to be able to spend $120,000 in 2023 on engineering and design?
Well, I think the first thing is when is the board going to actually approve the Ardmore master plan? You know, that's a board process, and it might be completed and presented to you at some point early next year, but I'm not going to predict how quickly the board goes through that process. You know, I would also defer to the manager if he has any other comments, because I honestly, to answer your question truthfully, I don't know. Even once the master plan is approved, you know, I'm not sure if then there's a process by which then there's projects immediately that follow from it. So Ernie, I'm not sure if you want to opine or.
I think Eric's statement is a fair one. The big question is how fast you as a board will actually take a look at the Ardmore master plan and approve it. That's the first big hurdle as to how much you will be actually able to do. And then, of course, the other question is, what are the priorities that will arise in the Ardmore master plan? Is Shuffle Green project the A priority, or, you know, that's all going to be up to you when you actually get the plan and sort through it and decide what you want to do. Certainly, it's possible that if you actually approve an Ardmore master plan in Q2, and then we hire an engineering firm to design the project, you indeed could spend something close to this in 2023, but that's a lot of assumptions.
Okay, I mean, I'll just say, I think you answered the question. I mean, I'm pleased to support this. I do have some hesitation to putting the extra money in the capital budget if we might not spend it, but since you say there's a chance, and I'm going to assume it's more than like a 1 in a million chance, you know, since we've already decided to spend the money, I'm okay with it. So thank you, Chairman Zeloff.
Thank you. Other commissioners with comments? Commissioner Sean Kramer.
Thank you. I'd just like to state that I serve on the steering committee for the Ardmore Master Plan, and in most discussions, the work on Shuffle Green comes up as top priority, as kind of the keystone of what needs to happen in downtown Ardmore. So I will happily support this amendment.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you.
Our third Ardmore commissioner.
Third Ardmore commissioner. Thank you. I like to think it's first, but
among our three. Bad choice of words.
I would just like to say that thank you, Commissioner Courtney, for bringing this forth in our discussions three of us had discussions about this, and we do support this. And as Commissioner Kramer said, this is a part of conversations that's been had about as we look at Ardmore and look at the future of Ardmore. And I appreciate the chairman, the township manager outlining about options about the Ardmore master plan, because that is going to be a very important plan. The staff and the steering committee has been working real hard to bring things forward. There has been a lot of input from the community, so I would say to you that the conversations that we have about this will be robust, and we will have to make some strong decisions about where the direction of the Ardmore master plan and the future of Ardmore. But I think this plaza and this proposal here is an opportunity to have a real center point of the community and a space that's needed and has been put forth as a proposal. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. Others? Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Chairman Saul. Given that we all seem to like the project, I do. I think it's a good idea. Other than the timing of the approval of the master plans, I take it there's no downside to voting in favor of this proposal. I mean, we simply just don't spend the money. Is that the worst case scenario? It's directed to Manager McNeely.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it also plays into when and how much money you're going to borrow. Obviously, the more you put into the CIP, the more you're going to borrow in sometime in second, third quarter 2023. So it all adds up in how much debt you incur and when. But this is a small amount in terms of the overall.
So it's
amount of borrowing.
carrying costs on a fairly small amount for possibly a small amount of time. Okay, thank you.
Other committee members, President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoff. So I just have one quick point, which is, we actually did discuss Shuffle Plaza before. We discussed it in our priorities setting meeting. And, at that meeting, it was already so obviously a priority of this board that we didn't even let people vote on it. That it was automatically moved into the priority category when we did it. It was circulated to this board. So it is something that this board has been in favor of for a long time. So I support Commissioner Courtney's once again aspirational hope that we will actually get this delivered in 2023.
Okay, other committee members? Seeing none, do any members of the public have any questions or comments on this item?
I came forward, so I didn't have to stop you mid-sentence.
Yes.
Okay, Adrian
Thank you.
Seltzer, Wynwood. I thoroughly agree that the Sheffley, I still can't say it right, Plaza project is one that would be wonderful for Ardmore. But I want you to also consider that the parking that will be lost there, you're saying that that would go to the one Ardmore parking lot, which is notoriously hard to find for people. People don't even know it exists. And if you're traveling eastbound on Lancaster, you have to go all the way up to Cricket to turn. You can't turn on Ardmore. And that section of Lancaster Avenue between Ardmore and Cricket is generally the most crowded. So and there's no way to get to the parking lot because of the one-way street that is Athens at that point. And I just think you need better signage, make the parking garage more accessible. There's only one way in and out for pedestrians. The other door is locked. These are concerns that I heard while at some of the Ardmore Master Plan meetings. So if you could take a couple thousand and just make some signs up so that people actually know that parking's there, and make that part of the plan that you're saying, oh, we're doing this, but here's where the parking is. And maybe include in there some parking for handicapped who can't walk that 2 blocks over to there. So just consider accessibility and so on and so forth. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is going to be really cool if it ever gets done.
Any other members of the public wish to comment? Any online, Jody? Okay. Any final commissioner comments? Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoff. I can see our Director of Building and Planning on the edge of his seat wanting to respond to some of the things that Ms. Seltzer said, but maybe I'll try to substitute for a second. I know that circulation is a big component of the Ardmore Master Plan, and so understanding how people will get around, how people will get to the parking garages, et cetera. We've talked about signage in here before as something necessary to increase knowledge about One Ardmore, and I vamped long enough. Chris, you want to take it away?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely correct. These are the things that the Ardmore Master Plan is looking at how to make all of these things fit. And as a community, we want everything, and certainly to build a park out of a parking lot, you're going to have to move parking, and that's one of the things that comes out of this. Maybe better parking management, helping to work to allocate those. One of the things that the consultant has done as part of this process is done a very high-level analysis of public parking within the Ardmore district, and found that only currently on a regular day, 60% of the parking is occupied. So part of the key is where you might be taking parking away from where it's occupied now, but the key is to get it to where it's not occupied to better utilize and get value out of the district. So it's pretty exciting to go forward, but these are some things that'll go forward. The consultant has presented some alternatives that'll be coming forward in the master plan. Some are a complete park in the whole area. Some are a hybrid park that could be converted that would still maintain some of the parking. So all of those design details need to be worked out, but that'll really come out past the master plan. The master plan will give you some big principles, but really that public design phase of this with the engineering will be a whole nother level of getting into that, and that's that important part of it. It's a whole nother project coming out of it.
Thank you. Okay, the motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that item passes unanimously. And that concludes our work on the list of proposed budget amendments that have been submitted by commissioners. We will next be speaking about the budget in 2 weeks, which is December 14th, our final board meeting of the year, at which time commissioners can continue to propose any amendments to the budget, but we can't leave that night until we have a vote on the budget and a budget that passes. I will note that by our work today, we have increased the operating budget by $124,000, and we have increased the capital budget by $50,000, but 120 of that was a reallocation from out years and brought forward. So with that, that concludes the business of the Finance Committee, and I thank you, and I turn it back to President Sinai.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zilov, and thank you for all your diligent work through this budget process. It has gone very smoothly this year, and I appreciate a lot of hard work that went into that.
Thank you.
So our next committee is the Administrative and Human Resources Committee, and I recognize its chair, Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. We have 2 items for consideration this evening. The first is consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners approval to rescind the COVID-19 vaccination test policy for non-union employees, which was authorized by the Board of Commissioners on April 20th, 2022. Do I have a second? No second. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Manager McNally, would you like to make any discussions or comments?
Sure, and I know the commissioners have talked about this several times over the last couple months, but the data, as we all know, is no longer reliable in terms of the number of cases out there, because no one is going to get PCR tests and submitting them to the county these days, or very few anyway. Most folks are testing at home, and that's one of the leading criteria in the red, yellow, green category that our policy is based on, that determines how high the spread is in the community. Second half of that is hospitalizations, but of course we all know from experience now that majority of the hospitalizations are in folks that are 65 or older, and that's not really indicative of our workforce. We did have to implement this policy for a few weeks back earlier in the year after the board approved it, and it was a little rough going for a couple weeks for our HR department, chasing down folks' records and then trying to inform department heads which employees were allowed to work on Monday morning and which weren't, because the reports had to be in by noon on Friday. Your test results had to be in by noon on Friday. So it's quite an administrative burden for the HR staff to administer, and the additional complicating factor right now is that the CDC has changed the definition of fully up to date. So our policy says if you're not fully up to date, you have to test weekly. Well, now the definition of fully up to date includes the new bivalent vaccine, which we all know is probably somewhere around 10 to 20% of the population has gone to get. So if we had to implement this again now with our non-union workforce, we could easily be looking at 90 people a week who would have to run and get tests and submit them and get their results back and submit them to HR by noon every Friday. Many other places have relaxed their policies. Even Mainline Health has relaxed their vaccine or test policy. We just think it's time not to do this. Neither union has agreed to do it, so we've imposed it, and in the hopes that perhaps our unions would eventually come around, and that was the hope when the board originally imposed it, but that's obviously not going to occur, I can tell you, because we're in the union negotiations now. So we think it's time to do away with this. The county is also, I guess they describe putting theirs on hold or on pause or something like that, but they're no longer enforcing it either on the county level.
Thank you. Questions, comments from board members? Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner McConnell.
I support the policy. I think in dealing with COVID, it's important to keep our policies current with conditions as they exist. And I think what made sense a year ago, 2 years ago, even 6 months ago, may not make sense now. If the situation changes, as a board and as a township, we're flexible and we can move quickly and address it as the situation changes. But for now, I think the recommendation to rescind the policy makes a lot of sense. And it's consistent with what Mainline Health is doing. Universities aren't testing. It really, at this point, there's a very limited utility and a great deal of administrative burden. So I support the change. Thank you.
Other commissioner comments, questions? Seeing none, any public comments or questions? Seeing none, I will take this to a vote. All those in favor of rescinding this test policy, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Abstentions? It passed. Gilda, an abstention?
Yep.
Okay. So it is 13 yay, 1 abstention? 12. Oh, he went to the post. Okay, thank you. The other agenda item, I think, should be much more lively. I will read the recommendation to advertise, and if there's a second, I would make some comments and then open it up to the board and public for comments. Consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise notice of intent to adopt an ordinance to amend the Code of Township of Lower Merion, Chapter 5, Administrative Code, Article 3, Officers 5 through 7 compensation, to codify the current compensation for the Office of Township Commissioner and increase their annual salary from $4,000 to $10,000, consistent with 55603C of the First Class Township Code, with the effect of that only township commissioners elected to serve terms beginning in January 2nd, 2024 or January 5th, 2026, and any township commissioners subsequently elected or appointed thereafter with respect to those terms shall receive the raise. Do I have a second?
I have a second for discussion.
Second for discussion, thank you. I would first make some small amendments. The last sentence, shall receive the raise, I would move that be increased.
Is that a friendly amendment?
For discussion?
For discussion.
For discussion, thank you. And also for payments to begin in January 5th, 2026 for everyone equally. Would you consider that for discussion purposes, frankly?
I would.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just make some comments. I'll just open it up to other commissioners. I don't consider this an increase in our salary. I look upon this as really catching up on the inflation rate. We have not had a salary increase for 40 years. And doing some research, the inflation rate over a period of 40 years has been 2.81%. And if you calculate that, you would have $4,000 40 years ago. You would need the buying power of $12,352 for an equivalent amount. So I feel that my $10,000 proposal is modest. And again, this is something that we are increasing our payment, just does not keep up with the inflation rate over the past 40 years. Commissioner comments? Oh, come on. Oh, it's Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. As I've said before, I oppose this amendment. I'd like to point out that the proposed increase is well above that of, it's 150% pay raise, right? Which, you know, I've never gotten 150% pay raise in my working years in one, you know, all in one fell swoop. But I will also point out that neighboring townships, this is well outside of what neighboring townships are paying their governance boards. I don't have the data right in front of me, but I do seem to recall the salaries for, or the pay for other governing boards to be, thank you, around $3,000 to $5,000 a year. Yeah, that's right. Most are below at around $4,000 a year, which is what we're currently at. So I don't see that there's a need. I don't think that we pay other staff, you know, well above what the benchmark would indicate. So I don't think that that's appropriate for us either. I'll also note that I've heard from several residents about this. Nobody has said yes. You should definitely pay yourselves $10,000 a year. I've heard some people say no raise at all. I've heard some people say maybe a moderate, you know, cost of living increase, but not to the extent that's being proposed. So I just wanted to relay that. And again, I will vote no.
Thank you. Other comments from Commissioner Stevenson?
Yes. Well, I will also oppose this. I think Mr. Churchill brings to the table a need for a conversation about what is it, whether it's an increase in pay or what is it to attract the highest quality members that we want to be in this august body. I think that the Board of Commissioners do an excellent job to serve their constituents, but there's no one here who would deny there's a lot of work and a lot of time goes in it. And for that, I think that, you know, to be attractive for folks that we want to be here, we should have some conversations about what is it that we want to help attract those folks to come here. Not, you know, no one comes here to make a living, but definitely I think there should be some consideration and conversation at some level on what in the future. And I think that could be in a form of the president making a subcommittee, which I will not serve on, to look into those kind of things. Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
Let me just make a comment. The reason that I'm bringing this forward today is to address next year. We have half the commissioners are going to be at least running, or other people going to be running for their position, and for them to benefit from this really inflation catch-up payment. This has to be done in a timely way. Manager McNeely, I think it's like January or February?
Well, if the board's going to do this, you need to make sure it is completed before folks would circulate petitions next year to run for office, which is generally March.
Okay. So it.
Or maybe February.
Thank you. So for this to take effect, for those candidates for in 2023, we would have to act now or very soon in the beginning of next year. Other comments? Vice President Gavin.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. I want to echo the comment of my esteemed number 3 commissioner from Ardmore over there. You know,
Just call me Fleetwood.
There's no
Jody, that comes at me again.
Yeah. There is no doubt that everyone on this board works incredibly hard and is deserving of well beyond $10,000 a year for the work we put in. However, there's also no doubt that nobody here is doing this for the compensation. We're all doing this for the service to our community and the value that we get out of serving our community. You know, I've thought a lot about this and debated whether this makes sense. And Commissioner Churchill, I think a lot of your points about keeping up with inflation make sense. And really what I was thinking about was, would this help us attract people to this position that we aren't already getting on this board? And as I look to my colleagues to the left and right, I am so impressed with my colleagues on this board. There are people from all walks of life, all stages of their career. I don't think we have any problem attracting great commissioners right now. And, you know, I don't think there's a need to increase salary to attract commissioners who care about this township, who will work hard for this township. I also don't think that raising it to $10,000 would, maybe if it raised to $100,000, that would attract different people on this board. But to go from 4 to 10,000, and I'm not proposing a friendly or non-friendly amendment to increase it to $100,000, but between $4,000 and $10,000, I don't think you're going to attract a different set of people to run in this position, and therefore I can't support this amendment or this motion. Thank you.
Other comments? President, please.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Churchill. So let me just commend Commissioner Churchill for bringing this up. I agree it's an important discussion, and I agree in terms of food for thought. It has gotten me thinking about things that just, you know, clearly people have not thought about for 40 years. In one thing that occurs to me based off of this discussion is that this idea that, you know, the $4,000 maybe should not be level for the next 40 years. It maybe should, you know, be incremented a little bit every year, just like, you know, wages get incremented, would make some sense. I don't buy into the premise that because it was set at the maximum in the 1980s at some point that was magically the right number, and therefore we should just scale that up. But you know, that also does not mean that it shouldn't go up by a little bit each year almost automatically. But part of that comes to what is it that we think this position is about, right? So I view the 4,000, look, anyone on this board, especially the people who bill hourly, know how expensive it is to be on this board of commissioners because they can just add up the time, right? And it's incredibly costly, and we all do it as Vice President Gavin said, because we love this community and we think and we hope that we can add some value. So why are we paid at all, right? The school board doesn't get any compensation. I view it as you know, it is really helping us cover some costs, right, of doing this, and sort of almost a bit of a reimbursement. And that's why it seems to me that, you know, it should go up with cost, perhaps. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's a volunteer position, I think. And I think from my perspective, and I recognize I'm not, you know, this is one of the things where I think it means something different to everyone. And I don't mean that, you know, expressing my personal view, not how I think people should think about it. Like, to me, it's a volunteer position. And those should not pay like a job. And, you know, when you get to something like $10,000, that, you know, if someone's doing this for 10 hours a week, for 50 hours a year, 50 weeks a year, that's 500 hours, 10,000 divided by 500 is like actually a real wage, right? It's a big number, right? And I don't think that we should be, I think we should be reimbursed, not compensated for doing this. Anyway, so those are my thoughts. I appreciate you bringing it forward. I think we should be looking at something a little smaller. Thank you.
Commissioner Zeloff.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. I also want to thank you for bringing this forward for public discussion. It's not easy to do. I think it's long overdue. And you've proposed it will be effective in 3 years. So it will be 43 years from the last time it was increased. I do think it will help somewhat in attracting interest in service to this community on this board. I actually think it's a low amount for the significant amount of work that we do. President Sinai, I bet there's several weeks where you work more than 10 hours in your position, and that's the case.
I can burn through 500.
That's the case, I suspect, for many of us. And I guess it's hard for me to look at this on a percentage basis because the base is so low, and it really should be looked at in a different way. I think the school board should be paid. Their budget in this school district is $300 million. That's asking a lot of volunteers to oversee that size of an organization. The reason they're not is because the state does not allow it. That's a mistake, in my view, and that should be corrected by the state legislature. And the state legislature does enable municipalities like Lower Marion Township to pay more than we're being paid now. And that's a recent change. And that's what has prompted Commissioner Churchill to bring this forward. So I support what's before us.
You're the one.
The one other?
Yes. Commissioner Kramer had her hand raised.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. As I said the last time we had a discussion preliminarily about this, philosophically, I agree that there should be an adjustment of some kind made, but I will not support any adjustment as long as we are not paying a living wage to all of our employees.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Churchill. And like everybody else, appreciate you bringing this forward. And I wasn't really going to comment, but just to follow up on what Commissioner Zeloff said, there happens to be statewide, through some of the committees I've been on, efforts to try to increase what the statute provides to allow municipalities to go even higher than they do. I think at $4,000, I've said to people after taxes, barely pays for my gas, that I use for this. And that, as President Sinai indicated, I don't think anybody sitting on this board gets involved in this for economics. And people have asked me, say, oh, well, as a lawyer, does that help? The truth is that I've had to decline more representations than anything's led because of conflicts. So I've had to stay out of it. And, the amount of time that we put in here, we all do it with that common denominator because we want to and think that we can improve the community. And as corny as that may sound, that's beneficial to the people that sit on the board. That's our common DNA that gets us here. So while do we deserve more? There's no doubt about that. Are we, grossly underpaid for what we do? There's no doubt about that as well. But I concur that increase, even another, $6,000, isn't going to make a difference as to who it's going to entice to come to the board. Should there be, some bump to cover those costs? That may be something that has been indicated that we would have, some consideration on. But given where we are in today's economy, to even the optics, and I'm not one that steers away from optics just to steer away from optics, but the idea of voting for your own pay increase right now just somehow doesn't feel right. But I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think as many people have indicated, we ought to take a look at what we can do to maybe be a little bit more fair to ourselves and those who are going to follow us that serve in this position. So I thank you, but similar to others, I'm not going to be able to vote aye for it.
Any, Commissioner Courtney?
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. I'll just sort of briefly reiterate the point I made when you brought this up before, which is I think this increase would be deserved based on the quality of work, the amount of time that all of us put in. I think it would be easy to justify to the community paying each of us $10,000, regardless of what motivates us to be up here. What I have trouble with is projecting deficits and in putting more money in my pocket that's going away from our township's fund balance when we are not revenue neutral, when some years we have a surplus, but we are always projecting deficits. I would happily support this if it were to go along with a commensurate tax increase to cover it. I won't make that amendment because I suspect it will not be friendly and would be even less likely to pass than the motion that's on the floor, but that is why I am not going to support it as it's stated now.
I think if you made that amendment, I would lose Commissioner Zoloff.
Half your votes.
That is correct.
That may often be.
Commissioner McComb.
Do you want McKeon or
McKeon, I'm sorry.
Well, Commissioner Churchill, I think that if you're going to put the board in a situation where we're voting to increase our own compensation, this is the right way to do it, where it doesn't take effect until 2026. Everyone would have to win another election. You're talking 3 years down the road. So I think this was the right way to do it. But you know, the data that we have provided, this is where I really make my decision on. Commissioner Kramer mentioned it a little bit too. When you look at the peer communities around us, Radnor's $2,100 a year, Haverford Township's $3,000, Hatfield $0, Cheltenham I think is $6,000, which is the highest, but I see the average around $3,500, and then we have school boards that aren't paid at all. So the reason I'm not going to support the motion is when I look at the data, we are, even though we haven't had an increase for a long time, maybe we were grossly overpaid during the Lutz era. I don't know. So I think we're in line with things now.
I dare you to say that to his face.
I pronounce the name of it? It's Lutz, right? Yeah.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
I think that,
Yes.
I think I echo what actually everyone on this board has said, that this is a topic that needs to be discussed. I'm grateful that you raised it. I don't support it at $10,000. I think that we should have it tied to some metric. I do think that 40 years since an increase is a little absurd. You know, I don't know what that increase, I was just looking, you know, if we tied it to the lowest hourly wage that we pay a Lower Merion employee, that would come at 500 hours to $5,750 at $11.50 an hour. I mean, I'm not suggesting that as an amendment, but I'm saying if we're talking about a way to benchmark this going forward, and I think this is a viable conversation to start having, you know, that could be a way to discuss how do we justify an increase for us, because we're tying it to the lowest paid hourly rate that we pay any Lower Merion Township employee. Just as a thought.
Yeah, okay. Any other commissioner comments, suggestions? Any public comment? Let's see.
Hi, my name is Ben Driscoll. I'm from Wynwood, and as most of you know, I'm a former school board member. So I do appreciate, Mr. Zella, your comments about compensation that I never received. What I'm finding interesting is, and I believe all of you, even though I've disagreed with some of you pretty rigorously, I don't believe for a second any of you are sitting up there for the money. I just don't. You're sitting up there because you want to do what you think is best. So in a weird sense, you could pay yourself zero. And I still believe to my heart you would still show up. I think the question you're asking for is, my question I'm trying to get my head around is, whether it's 4,000 or 10,000, what is the purpose of this compensation? That's what I guess I'm missing. Because what's written here is, there's an increased compensation may interest more residents in serving the community as a township commissioner. With all due respect, I don't think that's true at all. Because even what you said, the amount of hours you put in, regardless of compensation, is a detractor to wanting to take your job. Let us also not be naive. Facebook is not always kind to you people. So you take some hits. Some could argue justifiably, some could argue not. There's a lot of disincentives for you people to be sitting up there. And I'm not sure $10,000 can outweigh those disincentives for you being here. My last concern is, like, if you're really looking for, and I guess I'm confused by all this, because let's be honest, you've all run for election. Some of you faced competition in the primary, some of you didn't. Some of you faced competition in election in the general. You're on one party and another, some of you didn't. I think the real reason we're not getting people to run for any office is the amount of work that's asked. And to be honest, even when you do something right, the thank yous come, the criticism comes much quicker. And I do think that's the disincentive. I don't even know if giving you $10,000 can compensate for that feeling of being told you're worthless, you're arrogant, you don't listen. I can say that to you because it was said to me. So I'm trying to get my head around what's the money for. Mr. Bernheim commented that it was compensation for costs. I'm not sure what costs those are, but some clarification of whatever cost that is. You don't get compensated to drive to work. You get a salary for sure, but you don't get compensated to drive to work. I appreciate the concerns, but I just don't think this is the right message. I don't think public servants should be paid at all. No offense, just my perspective. So I just don't understand why you're paid at all. Forgive me if I have that perspective of, I didn't, I wasn't, why are you? I just don't think this is the right thing to do, and I strongly suggest you don't do it. Thank you for your time.
Any other public comment?
We have one individual online, Phyllis Rubin.
Great.
Hi again. Phyllis Rubin, Winwood. Just a couple of things. The previous speaker just touched on similar themes. One is, again, along the theme of, what's the compensation for? Obviously, it's not a salary based upon your hourly work. And my understanding from, decades ago, that the compensation for a commissioner was, so that you could pay for postage and copying, when you send out newsletters, paper newsletters to your constituents. That's what I had been told. That was what the $4,000 was for. And my guess is none of you were doing that at this point in time. And while it certainly does take time to write a newsletter, that expense isn't there any longer. So one could say that there is no need for any compensation any longer, but I'm just wondering what is the purpose of the compensation if it's obviously not really compensating you for your time. It's just a gesture. Unless I'm missing something. And then the other theme, I guess, is that there are people in our community in Lower Merion who cannot afford to spend, endless hours on donating their time, and that is, to me, in my mind, from what I know at this point, the only reason why it would be a good idea to increase the compensation to possibly make it more possible for more people to consider running for commissioner. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Any commissioners would like to comment? Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Churchill. Just a quick response to Ms. Rubin and Mr. Driscoll. Thoughtful comments. I particularly agree with Mr. Driscoll. I don't really know what the money is for. It's not real compensation in the sense it's incentive. In fact, my guess is most commissioners didn't know they got paid at all when they ran. I don't think our current compensation is enough to retain us. I think we stay in the office or choose not to run based on our level of satisfaction with the types of things we work on, the response from the residents, good or bad, and lots of times, I think Mr. Driscoll's absolutely right. They're very quick to criticize and sometimes slow to praise. With respect to Ms. Rubin's comments, maybe for expenses, those of us have mailing lists, constant comment costs about $250 a year. We can have expenses, but it's not really compensation, and I think we do it because we want to do it as volunteers for public service. So it's an odd sum of money. I'm not going to support the proposal. I understand. I think it's good to have these discussions. I think it's good to have discussions about why we do what we do and retaining commissioners and the types of things that make it attractive for people to run, because I think that's something we should all be concerned about and all be thinking about. But I don't really think the money's going to change anything. I don't think it's going to incent people or retain them. So I think it's a sort of a little bit of an academic exercise. So thank you.
Yes. President Stein.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Churchill, and again, thank you for the comment and the empathy. It's reciprocated. There's a couple of things that were raised. It was compensation and endless hours. That endless hours does not have to be. Right, and one of the goals of my predecessor in this chair, and it's certainly a goal that I have continued, is to have shorter, more effective meetings, have more operational leverage where staff is doing more, we're giving more high-level direction, run this board more efficiently, take the endless hours out of the equation. It'll still be a lot of hours, and most of us put the hours in because we choose to, but at least make it a choice rather than a have to do this position. And I think that should be a goal of this board. Anyway, thank you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I would like to, my intent in all of this, just make one or two comments, is board retention. I'm delighted with the members that I work with, and I know that $10,000 may not be enough for people to stay on the board, but very much like Commissioner Bernheim has focused on our volunteer fire service and looking for ways of retaining our volunteers. Is it enough? No, but I think we have to keep trying and looking at new ways. I appreciate this discussion. I think I know how the vote is going to go, so President Stein, I would withdraw my proposal.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Churchill, and again, thank you
And that concludes the work of the Administrative and Human Resource Committee.
Thank you again. So that brings us back to the Board of Commissioners meeting. So we are going to resume that with one item on our agenda, and that is going to be for ward reapportionment. So if you bear with me while I get caught up here. As we resume, we are going to start with public comment. This is the section of the meeting where members of the public may address the board on the one agenda item, which is the ward reapportionment. We appreciate you keeping your comments to 3 minutes or less. That's what we do in board meetings. And the last is that if you have submitted written comment, I'll read it at the end unless you speak tonight, and then that subsumes it. We do start with it, right? Okay. So I guess go ahead.
All right, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. Okay. My name, for those of you who don't know me, although I think there's only a few of you who don't know who I am on this board, my name is Robert Paul, and I live in Marion Station. I submitted two sets of comments, one the 28th, one the 29th, which I submitted on public comment. I did bring copies of all of the, enough copies for everybody on the board if you want, if anybody hasn't seen it, to have it. I got involved in this issue. Have been certified as a reapportionment expert by the Eastern District of Pennsylvania in 1980 in the Hispanic Reapportionment, Hispanic Committee against the Legislative Reapportionment Commission. I represented the people who sought to reapportion the wards in Philadelphia in the 80s, so I have a little experience in this business. The reason I got involved in this is because the plan, options 1 and 3, removed my committeeman partner. It's a very narrow-minded and personal interest. Removed my committeeman partner from our division and put him into the 9th Ward. I live in 12-3 and he's been our committeeman for over 46 years, and he and I are very upset about this issue. So my first comment was, which I submitted on the 28th, was really just directed to let's put his block back into our division. The plans 1 and 3 are at the corner of his block at 233 Upland Street. He lives at 207. That block can be put back into our division. It's contiguous. It's right next to the rest of the division. It's interesting to note, and this is unfortunately not in my letter, and I want to thank, by the way, President Sinai for his very kind comments to me and to our neighbor, Barbara Schick, who also commented on this issue. The other side of our division, which is in Census Tract 19, I think it's 19, is also split between two divisions. Census Tract 19 has one block that's in our division, and the remainder of Census Block 19 is in Ward 12, Division 1. So the principle that there's some magic to the census tract issue is not the rule that's been applied to our division for 46 years. So it seemed to us, and that's Bruce and me, that it was not fair, and that we asked that you adopt option 2 of the 3 options that you had, because option 2 puts his census block back into our division. And finally,
if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
Okay, and finally, since all of this is set forth in my letter, the one thing that was not set forth in my letter is the point I just made, and I think that that's a very important one, and that is the split in the census tract issue. If we've been doing it this way for all these years, why should he be moved? Finally, I'm sorry, it's 2 finals. This is the final, and I'm going to sit down. The point is that there are all of these people who were not counted when the plan was developed, who now live in Ward 9. Now, the problem with that is there's thousands of people who now live in Ward 9, and putting that little piece of our division into Ward 9 makes Ward 9 even bigger population-wise, when the constitutional provision...
So, Mr. Paul, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay, well, I'll sit down, because the remainder of my presentation appears in my letter.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Please go ahead.
Adrian Seltzer again. I've been playing on Dave's redistricting, and putting a map together isn't quite as difficult as we've been led to believe. I think the problem has been because parameters were stated, such as magisterial districts, which are not based on population, by the way. They are placed on caseload. And using old magisterial districts to draw a map was like, I don't know where that one came from. But when you're doing redistricting, you want compact areas, and you want to try and keep neighborhoods together. And you want population as close as possible to be equal. I know we have that magic number 45-45. But you also should take into account the growth in the eastern side of the township. Most of the plans that you came up with have the lesser amounts in the western side of the township, which has less growth than the eastern side. They had the higher numbers. So I think that you really need to start over and keep neighborhoods together and pay a little bit of attention to all the construction that is happening, like in Belmont and Ardmore, and keep those districts at a smaller number if you're paying attention to population from 2020. And the other thing I will say, I can't believe that no apartments broke ground in the last 2 years, buildings. So, you don't get to respond back, so.
Jamie Mogul, Haverford. Also speaking on behalf as president of League of Women Voters of Lower Merion and Narberth. I think some of you already know, I'm very passionate about redistricting. I am one of those map nerds. I'm the one who showed Adrian how to map, and I think all of us should be invested in that. Because even the jokes you kind of were making earlier about 3 commissioners for Ardmore, well, we could say that about a lot of areas here. Like, I know when I go in my Civic, there's like 3 or 4 of you sometimes, right? Because the ward maps, as they are not reflective of the growth that's happened in our areas, which is not to pin any one of you that you're doing something wrong, right? But it's to look at, is it representational? And this is what I look at when I look at maps, what is fair, right? Well, we have those benchmarks, we have the law, you heard it from others that have worked on redistricting too, but citizen mappers, I know, and I do want to say thank you to some of you that I've spoken to, particular Commissioner Sinai. We've had several conversations, and including introducing him to Amanda Holt, who really is one of my favorite sheroes. And she and I are doing a program about local redistricting because of how significant this is, that you all do set the floor as to what will happen even in 10 years to draw those lines for congressional and the state districts, which continue to splice and dice us, meaning our communities are not. And you also have talked tonight, I know you were doing in context of what you were paid, and thank you, because this really is a thankless job a lot of times, so I do want to say thank you. But it's also about making sure that these communities are together. So when we look at equal population, which is in the code, right, as near as possible to equal population, when we look at compact and contiguous, when we look at communities of interest, and even more importantly here, we have the opportunity to have a majority-minority district. There are only 2 other townships, Cheltenham and I believe Springfield, that have majority-minority, and that is currently where Commissioner Stevenson is in Ward 4. It could be drawn to have a majority because we have had such a growth of minority populations, including the Asian and even Native American in this area. So I do want to caution you to please, I know you've already put it on hold, and I want to say thank you for doing that and having the other options. I think also, I'm looking at you, Commissioner Sinai, that I have been in touch with the county solicitors to clarify the issue, as I've been very clear about that. I do think as representative of the community organization, I think I get 5 minutes, not 3, per your bylaws, per your rules.
Yeah, you do. If you're
Okay.
speaking
If
on
I
behalf
could
of
just
League of
finish.
Women Voters, it's fine.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But I do want to say that Amanda has made herself available and that you haven't really had outside input. Again, I go back to that process. You've talked about transparency. Let the people like us, like even now, you have us making public comments before we get to hear what you all are looking at with regards to the maps. And I know you've said before, Commissioner Grimes, that you're just voting on publishing a map, but it is really putting the cart before the horse, that we as the public, we're making comments after you've already decided on a map. It should be as other districts are doing. Even Lower Moreland has hired Amanda to be a consultant. Radnor nearby, they have public hearings. They have hired her as a consultant. So there is input from the community on the maps. And it's no disrespect. I mean, Charlie, Colleen, and the building and planning department, they've done a great job. But there is a chance here, and I know there's this, oh my gosh, we have to get these through. We can still do it. I mean, I've made myself available. So I would caution you, please. And even if you do vote on a map today, I do want to tell you, there's significant improvements you can make, including not falling back on a population deviation that allows for you to willfully decide that there's unfair representation, dividing areas, particularly Bryn Mawr, that you could put back together. Ward 10, Commissioner Zelov is my commissioner. Well, it crosses over Montgomery Avenue and chops up Bryn Mawr. There is a chance to consider that, and as Ms. Seltzer noted, and is very obvious, is that the the western and northern wards, which are currently zoned for development, also have the greatest overpopulation deviation when it should be the opposite. So those wards in the west, which are not, just naturally are not zoned for development and do not have growth, should be those that are closest to or overpopulated. So it's in reverse right now. And it is true that those western and northern are also the greatest with minority populations. So I encourage you, please go back and tell us the factors that you're using. Are you doing equal population? Are you looking at compact and contiguous? And are you considering a minority population? But thank you very much, and I do say again, I'm available. I have done maps, but really this is about publishing a map and not really about what map you're actually voting on. So I don't know if that makes sense, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mogul. Anyone else in the room wish to make public comment? Okay, Jody, do you have anyone online for public comment?
Phyllis Rubin is online.
Okay, you can have her speak.
Hello again, Phyllis Rubin, Winwood, Ward 14, currently. I have a prepared statement that is, I believe, under 3 minutes long. I want to thank you for this opportunity to express my view about fundamental principles for the board to follow while drawing a new map for township ward boundaries for the coming decade. First, it's most important to never lose sight that you are determining proportionate representation for all township residents, that regardless of neighborhood density. Therefore, wards of equal population into the coming decade must be your bedrock priority. 2, when determining equality of population, it is imperative that the board consider the residential development that has already occurred since the 2020 census. Specifically, nearly a dozen multi-unit buildings have opened in Lower Merion since the census was conducted. That has literally added thousands of residents to our township, mostly in Ward 9. These new residents deserve the same representation as longer-term residents. And third, to determine the locations of future residential potential growth, as well as locations where there are limits on growth. Of course, I urge you to consult the township's zoning code as your guide. And that will, so then you should draw maps with this, the future in mind, as well as what has already happened between 2020 and now, with the overall bedrock priority of equal population in as well as one can project into the decade, which is really what the school board has to do when they're planning ahead for schools. Drawing maps based only on existing ward lines and 2020 census data without considering these factors will definitely yield wards with unequal population sizes, and that will only exacerbate over time. Worse, for many township residents, this will translate into chronic underrepresentation for a decade. And I'm sure none of you want that. So we need to start over again with these guiding principles. Current ward boundaries are less important to maintain than population equality in each ward for purposes of fair representation. Remember, the guideline is one person, one vote, not 1 acre, one vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rubin. Jody, do we have anyone else online?
We do not.
Okay, we had some comments that were submitted in advance. The first is from Jeffrey Scott, who's the chair of the Democratic Committee of Lower Merion in Narberth, reporting on the executive committee of the Democratic Committee. There were 3 points that he made in the letter. First and foremost, we feel that wards should be as close in population to each other as possible. Second, keeping in mind the overall goal of equal-sized wards, the board should consider how to keep communities intact as much as possible. And then lastly, to the extent possible, ward boundaries should follow boundaries of U.S. congressional districts and Pennsylvania state house boundaries. Some of the others spoke this evening. And then Barbara Schick from Marion writes that she asked us to pay close attention to the process of redrawing the ward and precinct district lines, and asks that the maps be as compact, contiguous, and equal as population as possible. If there are population shifts between the census years that justify changes in boundaries, we should redraw the ward boundaries. And adjust our boundaries at this time, taking into account not only 2020 census figures, but also the reality where recent population shifts have occurred, and take into consideration projected population shifts based on construction approvals that will be consummated in the next 5 to 10 years. Carol Strickland from Wynwood writes that asks a series of questions. What is the number of registered electors in each proposed election district? Why is a ward permitted to be split into different magisterial districts, but not vice versa? Why is a ward permitted to be split among different legislative districts? And recognizing that the Pennsylvania Election Code requires election districts to have clear physical features conforming with census block lines. And that is that comment. So those are the public comments. So with that, that closes the public comment portion of the meeting. Sorry, do we respond to public comment? Okay, we do, yes. Okay, so I will be the first one to respond to public comment, and then we'll turn it to my colleagues to do so. In the first is to say thank you to everyone who spoke. And thank you as well for everyone who's been reaching out along the way. It's been a helpful and educational process. Unfortunately for my colleagues on this board, that when people start throwing the word wonky around, my eyes light up and my ears perk up. But just some observations, and I'll come back to this when we actually open for the policy, which is that you really our whole process up until really when we started advertising the maps had been solely focused on the what everyone has recognized as the fundamental population equality plank, right? Because we fundamentally did not believe, under the constraints that we thought we were operating under, in may or may not be, that we could even get as close to equality, right? So that was like the single driving force. There was no other consideration that we could take into account because we had no degrees of freedom to sacrifice equality. That may not be the case. We may have some dimensions for making trade-offs now. That becomes a tricky thing, and to follow up on something that Ms. Mogul said, I did speak with Amanda Holt as well. let me just echo some of the things that we have heard in public comment. We have heard, keep neighborhoods together, but we have also heard anticipate future growth and draw the boundaries for that, right? Those are in conflict. We've heard from pay attention to congressional district boundaries and adhere to those, but we've also heard, don't like slice off my committee person, right? We have heard that we really should be trying to consolidate wards into different areas that now make more sense. But we've also received comments and letters saying, one of the planks that the courts recognize is that it's important to preserve existing wards and like deviate as little as possible, right? So all these things are in conflict, which is fine. But what it means is that the process that we need to follow as a board is that the board has to set objectives and priorities, like which of these we would think is the most important, and provide a ranking so the mappers have something to optimize to, right? And so we'll come back to this later. I accept all those comments. That may be a process the board wants to do. It's going to be up for the board decision. There will be trade-offs that I'll get into at that point. But this is just to say, like, thank you for the comment. Like, we hear you, like, we understand what you're saying, but one cannot deliver on all of those things. And so that means one has to have a process that sets choices up front, so then the process gets followed. And so, if we reset to do that, then that will be a decision of this board. I will raise one other thing because Ms. Seltzer mentioned Dave's redistricting site. I will say that a very generous resident preloaded the maps onto Dave's redistricting app, so anyone who wants to play with it does not have to build the stuff that's in the packet that's already been done for you. You can just tweak it. Citizens are welcome to submit citizens maps, right? They should send them to the attention of the township manager, right? I feel pretty strongly that they should not be filtered through the commissioners, trying to keep the commissioners out of that process. Send it to the township staff so they can check it and make sure they can verify it and then circulate everything back out so the public sees it. And that's a process that we will use for that. Anyway, so thank you. Do any of my fellow commissioners wish to respond? Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you, President Sinai. I think I agree with pretty much everything you said. Maybe I'm going to address some of it a little differently. I heard what people had to say 2 weeks ago, and I heard what people had to say tonight. Let me start by saying I don't fundamentally have an issue with the options that are in front of us. I think our staff did a very good job at giving us a starting point, which is exactly what these options were. And I'm sorry if people have taken it, some people, that we published a map. That's not what we did. We published concepts at the start of a public hearing process, which we then invited people to make comments, as some people have done in person and some people have done online. That being said, we've gotten a lot of discussion within the community, a lot of different alternatives of how we can do this differently. And I'm concerned that even though I might think, and some of my colleagues might think, that we already have pretty good maps to work with, I'm concerned that we may not have approached this as transparently as possible. And I think, President Sinai, you may have just touched on that a little bit. And I think it's important to get these maps right. I think it's important for the public to believe we got these maps right and that we did this openly. And so I do agree that we should consider slowing the process down, but opening this up to possibly maybe having some formal meetings just with staff and some of us in the public to discuss these options and make sure people who want to be interested understand exactly how we've arrived at the various options and let people offer their input that way. So at the end of the day, we're confident that we got everything right and that we considered all the opinions. I mean, I will say it's a little frustrating because we opened this up 2 weeks ago, and the only specific, we've gotten a lot of, I want more input, but the only input specifically that I heard tonight is what Mr. Paul offered, which I credit him for offering it, but it was a very small piece of this puzzle for us. The other thing I should mention, that I'm concerned that a number of residents have pointed out very specific legal provisions that they think we should be taking into account, some of which they may be correct, some might not be incorrect, but our solicitor has not had an opportunity to weigh in on all of these things, and I don't know if he will in the next week or so. So I think we need to allow for that. So again, I guess the bottom line is that I think that we ought to take some time and open this up to some more public input, so that at the end of the day, since we only do this once every 10 years, as many people as possible can be satisfied that we did this transparently in the right way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Grimes. And I think that those are important points, and I had hoped that we would discuss them when we were actually outside of public comment and into the point we were discussing. And so if anyone else has thoughts along that, it'd be great if we could save it till then. Any other response to public comment?
I apologize.
No,
I
it's
won't
fine.
do it again later.
You were responding to public
Yes,
comment. It's
yes.
completely okay.
Yes.
I just don't want to have the rest of the discussion happen now. The rest of it can happen later. But any other response to public comment? Okay, so that closes public comment, and we move to the next item, which is the authorization to advertise the ward maps. And those are on page 3 of our of that part of the packet. Is that right? I've got too many things going on. Page 3. Okay, perfect. So here's how I'm going to do this. And I am going to make a motion with a specific option. There are 3, just so we actually have a specific option on the table for discussion. And I'm going to move that we advertise, and I'll explain why in a second. Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to approve authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise an ordinance to amend Chapter 12 of the Code of the Township of Lower Merion. Oh, sorry, before I do that, I want to have Manager McNeely start with his background.
Certainly.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem.
Wanted the explanation before the motion.
So, the Board of Commissioners, as required by law following a census, has to redistrict. The requirement is to create wards as equal as practical. The request of the board, the staff has now prepared 3 different redistricting map options. Staff is pretty much focused primarily on the 2020 census population, trying to get wards to population parity, trying to keep wards compact and contiguous with their boundaries, try to utilize logical streets, and trying to respect neighborhoods as much as possible, while trying to respect at the same time congressional districts, legislative districts, census tracts, and also magisterial districts in some of these options. Magisterial districts because 10 years ago the township submitted a redistricting plan which was rejected by the county because we didn't respect magisterial districts. Now, agreed, that's not in the law, but the plan was rejected by the county last time around, and the board ended up not redistricting at all. This is not a typical township planning staff or township administrative process. It's not something we do, but with our GIS capability, we were able to produce various options for the board. We have not considered any political considerations. Registration, electors, party officials, none of that has gone into the staff's attempt to draw maps here. We produced and distributed 3 options. Number 1, option 1, respects the current magisterial districts as they exist today. Option 2 ignores all the magisterial district lines and basically does everything we can to equalize the ward's population while still respecting legislative congressional district census tracts. Option 3 respects the county's proposed new magisterial district boundaries. They have a proposal that it has been into the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court since February. They've gotten no answer on their proposal, but it sits there awaiting. We sought direction. We went to the to county officials. First, we went to the deputy court administrator who oversees magisterial districts and sought some input. And his input was, well, we usually tend to follow you, so do what you want with your districts and we'll see if we'll adjust our magisterial districts. Then he said, I suggest you talk to the county solicitor. So assistant manager and I and others have spoke to the county solicitor, and county solicitor's recommendation was, one, if you can get your wards as equal and satisfactory to your board, try and respect our proposed magisterial districts, i.e. option number 3. If you can't get your wards to a population equality that suits your board, then ignore our magisterial districts and submit what you need to submit. What he could not tell us is whether and how long it would take before the county would actually say yes or no to our proposed redistricting. No one can tell us that. So staff takes no position on any of these options. This is primarily a political process. It is using current census data. The township isn't Big Brother. We don't know who lives in any of the new apartment buildings that have been built since the census. We have no idea how many folks live in each apartment unit, and we have no right to that information. So, again, option 2 reduces the disparity the most. It gets us down to from lowest to highest to a 7.7% variance from the lowest to the highest ward. Option 1 is the worst. It is at 11.8% between the lowest to the highest. Option 3, respecting the county's proposed magisterial districts, still doesn't get us below the 10% number that many folks say is sort of the magical limit. But it gets us to 10.9%. So those are the 3 options, and the greatest disparity is do nothing. Leave the wards where they are right now today, and that's the highest disparity among wards from highest to lowest. We cannot know what the county will approve until we submit. There's 2 different courts with jurisdiction here. The magisterial districts are with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. We'll submit our districts to the county, and the county may have to have local common pleas court to approve those, and they would have jurisdiction over those. So we can't get an answer as to how fast or what the county might approve. So it really falls back to you, the Board of Commissioners, to decide which one of these options, if any, you want to choose, or if you want to go back to the drawing board. There is the issue of next year's local elections. So if you don't have this done before folks can file petitions to run for local office, then they're not running under any new redistricting plan. They'll be running under the current ward boundaries. So be glad to answer any questions, but that's as much sort of background as I think I can give you.
Okay, thank you, Manager McNeely. And now everyone sees why I wanted that before I said anything or did anything, because that was extremely helpful and extremely clear in setting the stage. So I'm going to make a motion, so we have something. Let me just explain why I'm making the motion I'm making, and then, yes, sir, Commissioner Bernhardt.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the interruption, but we had a kind offer if there were any questions to the manager.
I was hoping I could get those questions after I make the motion.
Fair enough.
If you
No.
That was my intent. Okay. So here is the the dimensions as at least I organize it in my head. So for option 1, which is the old magisterial district boundaries, versus option 3, which is the proposed magisterial district boundaries. Option 3 has more equal population and a greater certainty of execution than option 1. So option 1 just kind of seems dominated, like there's no reason to consider that one. For option 2 versus option 3, option 2 is more equal. Right? So just to put some numbers on it, our old plan had a deviation of 10.2%, right, from highest to lowest. Option 2 is 7.7%, option 3 is 10.9%. So that's a big difference. Even more salient to someone like me, it's not just even the highest versus the lowest in option 2 that's more equal. The other ones are too, right? So the average deviation from option 2 is 2.2%. It's like 100 people is the average deviation from the 45 target. For option 3, the average deviation is 3.5%, right? It's almost a couple hundred people, right? So it is significantly higher just on average. So option 2 is more equal in terms of population. The place where it's different is that we have less confidence. I think people on this board are going to differ on how much uncertainty there is with the county, whether the county would take an option that didn't respect magisterial district lines, and what our exposure is to them rejecting it, and us having to come back with what at that point I guess would presume to be something like option 3 to do. So they're going to, that's the difference, right? It's a trade-off of equality versus guarantee. And then the question for advertising, I'm going to propose that we advertise now, in large part because if we, after that, if people concur with Commissioner Grimes, that gives us a little breathing room we don't have to consummate the advertisement. Like we can modify and re-advertise, right? So if the board chooses to go through a process, advertising is not going to get in the way of that. So we can advertise and then change our minds, right? So I am going to move to do option 2. So I'm going to move that we approve authorizing the Township Secretary to advertise an ordinance to amend Chapter 12 of the Code of the Township of Lower Merion, entitled Electoral Districts, to reapportion the Township of Lower Merion by retaining 14 wards and by changing the boundary lines of said wards as set forth in option 2. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Basically because I think it seems to me to be a decent chance that the county would accept this, and there's enough difference in equal population. Getting from 10.9 to 7.7 seems meaningful to me. Okay, so with that, questions for Manager McNeely before we go for comments? Commissioner Bernheim.
Thank you very much, President Sinai. And, a quick side, glad you went for door number 2. Manager McNeely, given your experience in doing this, not just now, but otherwise, can you give us the benefit of that experience as to what you would recommend?
Remember, this is only something we do every 10 years. I know I'm old, but it's not something I do real frequently. But,
right, because I recall us doing this 10 years ago and what occurred, and I remember, Bob Duncan giving some explanations, and I think I referenced it before, splitting Idlewild down, so people on the left and right had, different wards, but trying to just make things equal in population, just to make them equal in population. That was our sole driver in doing that. And then, when we got rejected, it was like, wait a second, we made our best effort. So.
Yeah, and of course, the changes you were proposing then weren't large.
Correct.
You had minor adjustments you were trying to make then, and they got rejected because of the magisterial districts. The numbers weren't like they are now. I think we are best to get our wards as close as possible. So I guess I would agree with President Sinai's motion to get them as close in population as possible.
So the worst that happens, it gets rejected, and then we're back to the drawing board, but at least we started with the one that has the most equality in numbers.
Hopefully the county and the courts will respect the local legislative body's decision in the matter as to what's best for the township.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, President.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. Any commissioner questions or comments? And we'll give Commissioner Bernheim a second bite apple if he wants to comment. Yeah, Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, President Sinai. I mean, we're faced here with what's sort of knowable and what's unknowable. The knowable here is we can do the best we can to make the differential as small as possible, which is option 2. Yes, we don't know what the county is going to do with the state, but that's the unknowable. That's like me trying to predict whether my great-grandchildren will like cheese. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But it's just something, it's not knowable now. And I think we could really get hung up on trying to predict from a comment from somebody at the county, where we haven't. So I think we go with what's knowable, which is option 2, which is the best job we can to minimize the variance between the wards.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McComb. Commissioner Whalen.
I agree with Commissioner McComb. I also agree, President Sinai, with your initial analysis. I think option 2 is demonstrably the better option of the 3. I think not only 3% is a huge difference when you're talking about a total of 10%. So, just the equities balance there, I think, are very clear. I also think that in a number of ways in which I've looked at it, and I haven't seen every single one, option 3 does a significantly better job of maintaining neighborhoods as voting blocks instead of dividing and carving up various neighborhoods throughout the township. And there are, for instance, crossing major streets. Right? Like if you're on one side of Montgomery versus the other side, or one side of Lancaster versus the other side, that actually means something. It often seems like it shouldn't, but it means something to the residents who live here and how they go about their lives. So I think option 3 really does a good job of that, or option 2, don't want to confuse everybody. Option 2, supporting it. Thank you. Thank you for the assist, Vice President Gay.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Whalen. Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that we have a Omen's task here to come up with the best solution. But I would like to reemphasize the feedback that I've gotten from constituents in my ward, and it's been said here tonight. And I think that is that we have to ensure that community input, community participation, and opportunity are maximized, and that we have made the mark that is consistent with peers across the Commonwealth who have done this to ensure that people feel that this has not been done without their consideration and their pieces. The second one that I would reemphasize is that aside from that community input is to ensure that we're working with the staff, and I can say this because I've had several conversations with members of the staff, particularly Charlie, about looking at and walking through and understanding the neighborhood. And everybody's not going to get everything they want. And I have an appreciation for the gentleman who talked about splitting their committee person. While that may seem minimum in the large scheme of the map, but in the sense of community that may have input, and I don't know what to the degree, but working with the staff to ensure that they have those conversations with both members of the community, leaders of the wards, civic groups, to ensure that we have also vetted those issues around preserving of community with the understanding that everything can't go the way that you want. All right? Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Stevenson. Commissioner Zala.
Thank you, President Sinai. So, following up on what Commissioner Stevenson just said, has there been adequate time for community input? I mean, we've got 3 options in front of us, and they're hard for us to be aware of when they were available. And so, don't we need another round of civic association and community meetings before we pick one of the options? I'm not having trouble, because I agree with Commissioner Stevenson, I'm having trouble reconciling picking one tonight with the goal of having adequate, I don't even know it's going to be sufficient, adequate community input. So I just raised that question, and then I'll raise the point I raised last time. I think crossing any lines is a problem. It's a burden on election day for the voter who goes into their poll and says, well, if you live on this street, you need to go to that machine. If you live on this other street, you need to go to a different machine within the same poll. That's what happens in a precinct where there are 2 congressional districts or 2 magisterial districts. It happens in Ward 11 today. It's a burden on the voter and it's a burden on the poll workers. So I continue to have concerns over any crossing of lines. And I know that there's been community input that dismisses that, but I think it's significant. So it's option 2 will ignore magisterial district lines. So there will be the burden on voters when we have those elections. Burden on voters and poll workers in a poll where there are 2 different magisterial districts.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Kramer in just a second. Let me just give one bit of information, because we're going to have another decision tonight, at least another decision, which is that advertising, we can advertise tonight or not, but if we advertise tonight, it can be for December 14th, right? Because if it's done by December 14th, that maximizes the time for the county to get it back to us by the February time that we would need it for this election cycle. Or we can push to January. In the interim, we can have more community meetings, et cetera, if that's enough time, right? If the board wants to do, we can definitely do it. And then we will risk being later for the cycle. And if we push to February, then we'll miss it, right? I guess what more or less we will do, right? So that's the timing of where we are right now. And so I don't have a good answer to this. This is the tough choice that we have, is like, do we put something through and try and improve it? And if we find improvements and we say, okay, we'll go with the improvements, or do we just say, okay, we're going to open up the process along the way? Commissioner Kramer.
Thank you, President Simon. First of all, I want to thank both staff and my colleagues for their very hard work on this issue and for their thoughtful reconsideration of these issues. The most important thing in doing redistricting, if you look at the case law closely, is achieving as much equality as possible. And on that level, option 2 with an amendment that I'm going to propose really dominates every other proposal that we have seen. I am not at all concerned about the magisterial district issue and crossing some proposed lines that haven't been adopted by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court yet. I've looked at the petition that the county filed with the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, and every magisterial district is defined by ward. In other words, one district may have wards A, B, C, D, E, and F, and the next district may have wards, G, H, I, J, and K, or as we have with numbers. So our wards themselves define the magisterial districts. And I've looked really closely at what the petition to the Supreme Court tried to do, which was to equalize the caseload and especially the workload, which is a composite weighting of the types of cases that each magisterial district judge has. And they attempted to equalize the workload, this weighted index of criminal cases versus traffic citations and everything among our magisterial district judges. There was still probably a close 15 to 20% difference between the highest and the lowest of the workloads. And the judge, the magisterial district judge who had the largest workload was Judge Zucker. And it is out of her territory that we are proposing with option 2 to move about 1,000 people into the other ones. So if anything, our option 2 actually does a much better job of equalizing the workload of the magisterial district judges than our current lines would do with the proposal based upon our current lines. So I am not the least bit concerned about crossing our magisterial district lines as they currently exist. I feel very strongly that we need to do this before the upcoming election cycle, and that if we were to put this off yet again, that we will not have enough time to have our new wards established before the next election cycle. In poring over the maps and the proposal on option 2, I did find one small change that we could make that would reduce the deviation, the total deviation between our largest and smallest ward to less than 7%. And that would mean taking 45 people from Ward 1 and moving those 45 people into Ward 2. Staff has informed me that this would not cross any other lines, that this could be done. And this will in fact reduce the deviation and bring both Ward 1 and Ward 2 closer to our targets for those 2 wards. It would then leave Ward 6 as the smallest ward, but because Ward 6 would have 20 more, there would be a difference of 20 people, it would actually reduce the total deviation. And so I would like to make the following motion, which staff has prepared for me, which is to revise option 2 by changing the boundary lines of said wards consistent with proposed option 2, contingent upon revisions to delineate Census Tract 2048, Block 3003 block from Ward 1 to Ward 2, bounded by Writers Mill Road, Bar Lane, Conshohocken State Road, and Youngsford Road, with a population of 45 persons. And this small change would bring the total deviation down below 7%. So I would like to make that as a motion to amend President Sinai's motion for option 2.
Is there a second? Sorry, was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, so Commissioner Churchill seconds. Charlie, I don't know how set up you are. Is it possible to see that so we know which block we're looking at?
We got this far, we might as well just keep going, right? Yeah.
We're going to do this in 45-person bits.
Or if there's going to be 25, can I just name the 25 to go to Ward 2?
You can't choose which people.
Yeah, I mean, I know where.
Here we go.
Okay, great, thanks. So now we will open up for commissioner comments and questions, and maybe the ward commissioners can say a little bit about whether that makes sense from a neighborhood perspective. Yeah.
First of all, I'd like to strongly object that this is being brought up to both ward commissioners involved right now, as opposed to earlier. And I mean, I think I could sit here and figure out exactly where that is, but I would have liked to have had an opportunity to think about this. And I don't want to speak for Commissioner Bernheim, but.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, I would just say, ask my colleagues to consider how they would feel in the position that I'm in right now, and to reject this motion as subject to it being considered again at some later time, after we've had an opportunity to evaluate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Grimes. Okay, Commissioner Zella.
I echo the objection. Making maps on the fly is not the way to do it. And I don't think that we should consider the motion. I further want to say that the best I can figure out, petitions don't start until February 21st, which means we have until the end of January, the January cycle, and the third Wednesday in February is the 15th. So in theory, if I'm right about when petitions start, we have 2 more cycles to deal with this. And so I go back to my prior comment, which is I don't think there's been adequate community time, and it's underscored by trying to do this on the fly right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. Commissioner Burnham?
Yeah, I'll be brief, because the other comment I was going to make was in reference to the concept of transparency, where I thought that we really are transparent. I won't go through it 1025, a whole discussion about that. And while I appreciate what Commissioner Kramer's trying to accomplish, and I, just by the description, because it's Ward 1, of which I have the privilege of serving as its commissioner, I know exactly where she's talking about. But you're now splitting a group of people in an area, and for others who aren't going to be able to appreciate that here and now, I think the concept of waiting to another time to go ahead and discuss this when other people can see it and there could be explanations about it is probably a better way of doing it, and it allows also the community who would be impacted, to the extent they care one way or the other, to be able to voice their view. So
Yeah.
I would hold off doing this.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. I think to that, I would add a couple things. And the first is that we've received a fair amount of community comment, and we'll probably receive more, and we're going to need a way for staff to incorporate those and circulate those, no matter what timing we do it on. And maybe this can be, commissioner adjustments can be added to that process, so we all incorporate that. And the second is that, I will respectfully disagree with Commissioner Kramer on one thing, which is that once you get below a threshold where I think the courts view these things as basically equal, like you don't have to go for the minimally equal, because if you did that, you would never be able to do any of the other objectives that any of the people who spoke here said, because those would always be trumped by equality, right? You'd have to go, okay, this one is one person more equal, and so we can't do that other objective, right? So once you're in the range of nearly equal, then you can take into account some of these other considerations like neighborhoods and stuff, right? So, okay, any other commissioner comment? Commissioner Stevenson.
Mr. President, maybe I'm out of the line here, but you talked about community comments in that. Is it possible to ask Mr. Doyle either now or at some point for the public's knowledge about what the staff's plan is for public engagement, so that we can clarify that some of us put on the table?
Yeah, I think one message that we've heard loud and clear is that there needs to be sent out, here's how you can engage, and here's how it's going to be processed, and here's when it's going to be considered. I think that's very important. Any other commissioner comments on the amendment?
I guess you're not.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as proposed, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? So the amendment fails. So we're back on the motion, and so that motion is option 2 in advertising, and we've not decided on what date to advertise it for. I guess a question for Manager McNeely is, what does the timing look like in January? And maybe you could just walk us through the timing so we understand if we're working backwards from a third week in February date. And I understand you have no idea how long it takes at the county, right? So there'll be a big question mark at that point. But like everything you do know, maybe you could tell us.
I mean, obviously, you could choose to advertise this for your January meeting. The ordinance would simply say that it'll be considered then. Jody will have to hold off advertising because it can't be advertised more than 30 days in advance, but it can be advertised for the January meeting if you want to give more time for public comment and discussion and for you to discuss with civic associations and whatever kind of public contact you want to make. That's certainly a possibility. It just, again, we just can't say how long it'll take for the county to get back to us, but certainly if we could respond to them and provide them with an ordinance by mid-January after your third Wednesday meeting, they certainly, you would think they'd be able to give us an answer at least sometime before the petitions are circulated, but no guarantees, right?
Right. Okay, thank you, that was very helpful. Jody, Jody really wants to comment. Recognize the Township Secretary.
That you not specify the date in January in case we get a snowstorm or something crazy and have to reschedule the meeting, because we've advertised in the past, and a specific date was stated and then it had to be reapproved, and so just don't specify, but we'll know, you could say for the January cycle, just don't specify that, but we all know that it will be for the January board meeting.
Okay. And that would give us time to have a public engagement session if we wanted to earlier in the year, with whatever, resources we wanted to bring to bear on that. Okay? Correct. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Gaffer.
Thanks. This is really tough, obviously, as has been reflected by the length of this discussion tonight. And I think it's tough for a few reasons. One, the lack of clarity, right? We have a lack of clarity. We just talked about when we need to submit our maps to the county because we have no idea how long it'll take for them to come back. We have no idea if they will approve it, if we don't match magisterial lines, if we match new magisterial lines. There's so much information we don't know. Two, and as you said earlier, President Sinai, there are conflicting goals, right? We want to, and I think the number one goal that we all have is to make the districts as equal as possible. But there's other goals so that they're not 100% equal, and how do you match those conflicting goals? Number three, and we heard it tonight, is the need for public input, and thank you everyone in the public who made comments tonight. It's extremely helpful, and we obviously have some very well-versed people, better versed than definitely everybody up here in this. And it is so helpful to have such an educated public. There's also the risk that as the public gets more involved, there are decisions that are made for political purposes. As we heard, staff is doing things, and we heard from the manager, apolitical, not looking at registration, not looking at anything. As you get more and more public comment, we have no idea who's making comment, why they're making comment. It makes it challenging. I think we all know that gerrymandering really is one of the biggest plagues of, voting and the issues that we've had around this country. And we don't want to risk opening up, and this isn't a reflection on anyone in this room, but as you get more and more comment, that risk of people kind of saying, oh, this should be moved over here for this reason or that reason, which aren't the right reasons. With all of that said, because it's so hard, because of the uncertainty, I think we really should push for the most equal map that we can, which is option 2. There is a significant difference between 2 and 3. I mean, that 3%, as I think it was Commissioner Courtney said, really is a huge difference. So I would certainly support number 2. I think there's really not much more risk to whether it's accepted or not than any other map, and it's a much better map. With that, I also want to say that I was completely wrong last time. A couple of weeks ago when we talked about this, I was certain that we should push forward with the map that staff had put together. They had worked hard. It was apolitical. The information that I thought we had was that it's the best chance of being accepted. As we've gotten more information, it was clear that wasn't the case. And I think it's important that we get this right, and it's not just doing it, based on political expediency. I want to thank those on the board and in the public who said, whoa, slow down a little bit, get this right. Don't just push forward because you need to get something in. We also, and I want to agree with Commissioner Kramer, that we need to get this in before the next cycle. I don't know when that is. I don't know if that's January, if that's February, if that's December. I don't think any of us know, but we do need to get it in before the next cycle. As we've talked about the difference between 7% and 10%, if we don't do anything, the difference right now between the largest ward, which would be Ward 7 with 5,654 people, and Ward 10 with 14 people, is a 1,500 person difference compared to map 2, which is a 338 person difference. So it's a 37% difference between the highest and the smallest. If we talk about disenfranchising people, not having equal representation, not doing anything and ending up with our current map really is a bad solution, really does create problems. So again, I don't know if that means, get a couple extra weeks to get this, get this right. If it means advertise it now and, give us as much time to submit it as we can, to give the county as much time to either reject or accept it, and if we have to resubmit before the next election. I do think it is important to get a map in before the next election, and I think option 2 gives us the best possible map and gives us a map that has as good a shot at being accepted as anyone else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Gavin. Any other commissioners wish to, Commissioner Sean Kramer?
I just want to make sure that I understand. This is tricky. I agree with Commissioner Zoloff that it doesn't, to me, it seems hard to reconcile having a public process that is transparent, right, and doesn't kind of lead anybody one certain way with voting on a map right now. So I guess what my question is if we don't vote on option 2 right now, and we have a public process, and then we can't come to some sort of consensus by a January date, can't we vote on option 2 then? Does that make sense?
Yeah, so great question. I mean, I think so the reason I put it on the table the way I did is that it gives us the option to approve it in one more meeting, as opposed to having to do a meeting and then another meeting, right, with 2 weeks in between, right? Okay. So it potentially saves us 2 weeks. In the case where we put it out, we receive comment, and to Commissioner Gilda Kramer's point, like this one is a pretty equal map. And if nothing better surfaces, then we can move with a little more speed, right? But if something better surfaces, we can just say, okay, we can get rid of the one we advertised and re-advertise. So it gives us that choice, and so that's simply the only logic. It's like if we could shave a couple weeks at some point, that would be that seems like it might help, but we don't know. So I'm going to make put an actual date on the proposal, so we have actually something concrete. So the proposal is to advertise option 2 now, to plan that it would be advertised with a lag, so it would show up in the January cycle, and to do public engagement between now and then, and with doing it as quickly as is feasible given the need to let people know and get them engaged. I'm especially sensitive to Commissioner Stevenson's view that hearing from community members of what their view of their community is seems like a really important thing if the board cares about neighborhood. So we're going to have to articulate some objectives. People started to do that tonight. We'll have to do that, and so we will set that. We will get that process going. So that's the motion, I guess. And I guess you seconded before you. Okay with that? Okay. Okay. Any further commissioner comment? Okay. Seeing none, I guess. Is this a raise a hand vote?
Just a regular vote.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay. Abstentions? Okay, I guess that passes, and we will move forward with the process. All right, and we will be in touch. We will have to disseminate to the public what the time frame is for the public engagement, because we can't literally do that at this moment.
May I make a comment, please?
Yes, please.
I would, there are a number of neighbors here that I think they can improve on option 2 and get to reduce the the percentage of 7.4 to less, and we certainly welcome your input, ideas, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And
So
use,
is it-
and use the neighborhood vehicles, associations, or contact us.
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner Churchill. And as I said previously, the township management manager is the best point of contact for submitting things. And we look forward to hearing from everyone. So with that, that concludes the business of Lower Merion Board of Commissioners this evening. We are adjourned.